signs check in, and we are going to go over what things you have to be grateful for that you may or may not know that there's something in there for you to be grateful for, and the WTF moments. Like, what might you not be expecting that's a little like universal cringe? So we are going to go through each sign. If you guys are in the chat, you can let me know what signs you want me to do first. You can call them out. I'll have timestamps for everybody in the replay in the description once the live is over. I hope everybody is doing well. And if you guys are not in the chat, that's cool. I'll default to certain signs as I go, including, let's see, it's Cancer? It's Gemini season? It's Gemini season still. Let's start with Gemini then. Timestamp. Let's see. Timestamp 131. I am trying a different setup, guys. Hey, Risa, how are you? Hey, Victoria. I love you too. We'll start with Gemini, but unless you guys want to put in a sign before I start, we're going to be using my Myths of Magic Majors deck for overall energies, and then we're going to get some more insights with Rider Waite. And I have a bunch of other decks, so they may or may not pop up. We'll see. We will see. We will see. All right, Gemini. Let's redo that timestamp. 212. All right, Gem. All right, Gem. Gemini, what energy do you have to be grateful for? And this could be Sun, Moon, Rising. It could be Venus. It could be North Node. It could be whatever house Gemini rules for you. All right, take them as they resonate. What do you have to be grateful for? Gemini and energy. What do you have to be grateful for? Oh, we have the Wheel of Fortune. This is the Orphanum, which I've been getting a whole lot of synchronicities about within the last 24 hours. It's about eternal gratitude, this particular card. It says the universe sees all, hears all, feels all, knows all, and loves all. You cannot escape your healing. Both blessings and blessings in disguise are still blessings. This is about being able to look at the good and the bad and know that there's a beauty or a silver lining even in the worst of experiences. And really being grateful for the growth, right? Because it's the growth that really does change your quote-unquote fortune, your fate. You know, it's a lot of it is about mindset, you know? A lot of it is about mindset. So we're going to have grateful for the Wheel of Fortune. What the what is the what the energy? Spirit, please. The Hanged Man. Okay, so you may feel stuck inside, and you may be stuck inside an illusory perspective that's not real. Because in this version of the Hanged Man, it's the first of the 4 of them. This is the first one. And the fear is coming off, and you're standing still, and you have the demons of residual bullshit's past in your ear telling you to be afraid, when the reality is you don't have anything to be afraid of because Spirit's guiding you, right? So your what the fuck moment might literally be just you not seeing things the way that Spirit sees things, okay? That's the Hanged one. Let's get some insight into these. And then, let me put that here. Let me real quick pop in. I saw somebody shouting out zodiac signs. Cancer, Virgo, Libra. All right, I got you. I got you. All right, let's get some insight into the gratitude. Wheel of Fortune. Spirit, clarify that for me, please, for Gemini. Hey, Kristen, how you doing? What is going on with the Wheel of Fortune? What is it exactly that Gemini has to be really grateful for? What do they have to be really grateful for? We've got the Queen of Wands with the Six of Wands, the Ace of Wands, and the Queen of Cups. Okay, so Gemini, your energy really and truly is in the right place. I feel like you can be really grateful for the visions that you have, for the ideas that you have, for the spirit behind what you want to do and what you want to create for yourself. I feel like you have a victory over something that maybe your heart was very attached to. And I think you're really looking forward to fresh, new energy. I think you've come out on top of a very long-standing situation that at some point you may have felt like it was fixed and it would never change. And then you changed, right? And then you changed. Then you got this fire under your derriere and just started getting all of these ideas, because the wands, the suit of wands is vision. That is our ability to see beyond the reality. It's visualization. And what we choose to dream about, it's what we want to bring into the world via our unique, authentic spirit. And so I think you're really getting in tune with yourself, especially if you were battling a long fought, possibly internal war manifest through another, where you were really holding on to something. And it's like, as soon as you let the idea of it go, whoever or whatever it was, that it was no longer your end all be all. If I don't have this, I'm not going to feel like I've won at life. This is what I need to have to feel like a winner. And I think that you have overridden that. And you're like, I'm a winner because I can choose to be, because this is what I'm capable of when I'm not distracted. This is what I'm capable of when I am not distracted. When I take my emotions out of things and just focus on what I really want to do in this moment towards the dreams and visions that I have, I'm a lot happier. Life goes a lot smoother when there's not interference, right? So Gemini, I think that is definitely something to be grateful for, because you've found your inner strength. That's an authentic registering of the self. And I really like that energy for you. So let's see, what is the WTF moment with the Hanged One? What is the moment with the Hanged One for Gemini? What is the Hanged again? Queen of Swords. King of Wands. Nine of Cups. One more, please. At least one more. And the Knight of Swords. Gemini, we got the Sun on the bottom. Okay. This, whatever this WTF moment is, whatever that is, it's getting you back in touch with your inner child That's the underlying issue that Spirit's talking about. Okay, there's an inner child connection that you need to have with yourself, and inner child healing. There's something that happened in your childhood that was probably traumatic on a very subconscious level that's buried, and it's showing up inside your behavior in your everyday relationships. It doesn't have to be when you were a child, it could just be when you were a lot younger. You know, especially if you're older in your 60s or whatever, it might have been something that showed up in your youth, right, in your 20s or your 30s or, you know, your teen years or something like that. But it was something that I feel happened, that you're still healing with another person. Now we have a Queen of Swords with the Nine of Cups. And so I feel like in your mind, you're looking at the facts of what your heart wants, what you think it wants, okay? What you think it wants. And you're communicating to whatever it is that you think you want that this is the wish and this is what will make you happy. The thing is, I don't think you and someone else agree on what wish fulfillment is. You and someone else do not agree with what wish fulfillment is. And you're trying to come at it with a sense of vision, but someone else is coming at you with truth. And vision is all well and good, but you can't override truth. You know, like, we can all say we want to float and fly, but the reality is the earth has gravity. And we don't have wings. Like, that's the truth. Like, we are not capable of flying without assistance. You know, humans are not made to fly. So it's great. You know, you can visualize yourself with wings flying, but the truth is the truth. And I feel like someone is doing a lot of talking, and they're trying to it's almost like they're trying to fast talk somebody. Like they're not really listening to the Queen of Swords. It's almost like the King of Wands is looking at her, but through her, if you know what I mean. He's looking almost down at her. Like his vision is superior to her truth, right? And I say he, she, but it's masculine, feminine. So I feel, Gem, that you and someone else are probably not in alignment. Not in this life, maybe in next life, you know, maybe you are in other lives, but someone is it's almost, it's insulting. Okay, whatever this King of Wands is, this fast talking, like, it's almost like it's trying to cut you off when you're speaking truth, and it's just ignoring it, right? It's just ignoring it and telling you, like, this is my wish fulfillment, and in so many words, you're not it. Directly or indirectly, I feel the Queen of Swords knows what they want, and the King of Swords, or the King of Wands, isn't seeing it, right? And they're trying to, like, bull rush their way through the issue with a lot of fucking talking, to the point that it's probably really annoying, and you're like, just shut the fuck up and let me think. Just leave me alone. And they're like, well, yeah, but we don't go to bed mad. You know, it's like, fuck you. Like, whatever the issue is, if I need space, I need space. I don't want to go to bed angry either, but damn it, if I gotta think on things, like, don't rush me with communication, trying to plow through me and not give me time to think on things. Because the longer I think, you know what I mean, the longer I think for myself, the more I realize that you are really not what I want. This person doesn't want, the King of Wands doesn't want the Queen of Swords to have time to think, to have time to really reflect in and stand on that truth about their wish fulfillment. Someone's trying to bulldoze through and get their way. So if you're stagnating, it's because you're trying to bulldoze, communicate to somebody who is like a brick wall that you cannot just ignore the presence of. The truth is a brick wall you cannot ignore the presence of. And or you're in the Queen of Swords position where you're trying to express what your wish fulfillment is, and this other person is looking down at you and talking through you and not registering the fact that you are a human with wishes. And y'all either align or you don't. And to be fair, I don't think you do. So no matter what dynamic this is, whether it's platonic, romantic, familial, like whether it's friendship groups, work group, like it doesn't matter. There is someone that you have to accept at the very least is not compatible with your energy. You don't have to shrink for them. You don't have to shrink or settle being another version of yourself. The truth is, the fear will tell you, make yourself small, sacrifice, do without. And the reality is, you don't have to be anything other than yourself to be happy. You just have to allow yourself to not battle the wrong people, right? The distractions, which I think is the big blessing here. You have a victory over something that you were really holding on to for a long time, as if it was a fixed key in your life or a fixed person in your life. And really, it's probably the biggest distraction you've had for the last however many days, weeks, months, years. So, Gem, if you're catching this in divine time, I do hope it helps put things into perspective for you. You have a lot of blessings to be grateful for. The hard times are just as, if not more, critical than any other kind of experience, because that's where our greatest growth edge is. That's where we heal our inner child the most. And it's okay to walk away and take quote unquote L's when it's really wins. It's really wins when we let go of things that are a distraction truly to our peace, and we're just not compatible in this life. That wasn't who we were divinely designed to be. Familiarity is great, but don't get lost there, you know? So Gem, I hope that helps. Let's catch up on some of these comments. Let's see. Aries. Do that 5th after Libra. Then Taurus. Then Capricorn. And Scorpio. All right. Did I get everybody else? Awesome. All right, so we're going to do Cancer next. Then it will be Virgo, then Libra, then Aries, then Taurus, then Capricorn, then Scorpio, and then you guys can call Leo, Sagittarius, Aquarius, Pisces, or Ophiuchus. I will call and read Ophiuchus at the end if no one outright wants me to read Ophiuchus. All right, so let's get the shuffled up for Cancer. My water babies. My moon family. Alright, let's give this deck a good shuffle. And time stamp. 1848. Alright, Cancer. Spirit, please, what does Cancer have to be grateful for? Yeah, your diamond's purple. It's that really pretty indigo color. Hey, hey, hey. Shout out to all my members. I love y'all so much. I love y'all so much. Y'all still support me. Y'all are incredible. And I love you. I love you very much. What is the blessing for Cancer, please? Ooh, we got the Tower. Look at that Tower. The blessing. All right. What is the WTF moment? What is the WTF moment? The sun. Specifically, the winter solstice version of this card. Capricorn energy. Okay. Lovers is on the bottom. All right. The blessing with the Tower. This is the divine intervening on your behalf to release you from some kind of self-deception that very much defined who you are and your role in the world with people around you. It says, you have yet to remember who you are. You are not who you think you are. You are what your soul seeks. You are exactly that. This particular Tower card, you can see there's a little chest floating in the water and all the waves, and it's got the symbol of Uranus on it. It's Aquarian energy. And Uranus is going through Gemini right now. Tropical zodiac. It's going through Gemini. It's still in Taurus in sidereal and Vedic. And there's the key, right? And the key is falling right there. So the key in the chest, like, it's right there. You know what I mean? It's right there. I think Spirit is pulling in some real, like, radiant clarity. I think there might be several people who are getting the boot out of your aura, like hardcore. And you might be dealing with a single person now, Spirit is telling me. You might be dealing with a single individual now, but these are all shadows. They're all shadows. And it's almost like different people, same shadow. And so I feel that whatever this Tower is, what you have to be truly grateful for, I feel like the divine is really initiating you into a higher vibration that is more aligned with your higher self. And you're cutting off. It's like going cold turkey, right? It's like going cold turkey on something. You are cutting off an energy cold turkey. And you're just not dealing with it anymore. And I do feel like it has to do with a part of yourself. It may be manifesting with other people, but it's definitely like the lightning struck your brain and you're like, absolutely fucking not, never again. Especially after 3 different people, right, with the same shadow vibe. And you're like, yeah, I see that real clear now. I see that real clear now. Now, the WTF moment, being the sun, I feel like this is you not being fully comfortable with the fact that the divine shines on you like it does. Like, you may have struggled at some point in your life or multiple times in your life where you were really struggling with God, Spirit, universe, whatever you want to call it. Not knowing if it was real or not. And not only is it real, I feel like it's very much a part of who you are and your mission here. Like, there's angels, like, for the 3 shadows here, right? In this image, there's 3 shadows falling on the tower. There's 3 angels in the sky. There's 3 beautiful angels in the sky. And I think this is kind of what we fail to see sometimes in our awakening when we're coming out of the dark night, because that's essentially what the winter solstice is, right? It's the darkest night of the year. You're coming out of the darkest night, right? You're coming out of the dark night of the soul, and you're realizing that those shadows, those people in your past that really might have wreaked a lot of havoc in your spiritual space and your mental space, right? The skies that represent the air and the mind, and the waters of the heart being stormy and chaotic. It's peaceful now. It's peaceful now. I think you're coming out of the dark night of the soul, and I think you're going to actually experience quite a bit of blessings that you are not necessarily prepared for to receive. I think you're actually going to be shocked by the amount of blessing, and I think it might be terrifying. Because if you're not used to being blessed, if you're not used to feeling that way, if you're used to questioning the divine, questioning if God exists because life is that crazy, I feel like all of these blessings are rushing in, and it's almost like you're wondering if it's a divine joke. Like if the divine's going to pull the rug out from under you and take it all. I think that's the biggest fear. You know, the WTF energy is, what if I actually deserve to be blessed? What if I actually deserve to be blessed? Let's get some insight on these for Cancer. Let's see what's going on. Insight into the Tower, please. Insight into the Tower, please. What is the blessing? What is this Tower blessing? Give us some more insight into it. Oh, Cancer. One more, please, Spirit. Oh, Cancer. You have had so much anxiety about having nothing. Nightmares about material loss and feeling like you don't belong anywhere. You have felt so alone. I can almost hear you angry praying. Like having an angry conversation with the divine in your head. Even if it was just you talking really shitty about yourself. Inside your own head. And it's because you were surrounded with all of them shadows, just like the lightning is coming in, right? And kind of knocking this crown that you've been wearing of self-deception, and the divine, the Chariot, is coming through. The Tower is the 16, which is the 7. That is the Chariot. It's its counterpart in the major arcana. The divine is like, I got you. Like, you see the shadows for what they are now. Like, the divine can't do anything about what the soul needs as far as like battling its own inner shadows and its own inner demons. Like, the demons of our own free will exist, and it can't just remove them, right? It's like you decided that this was the villain you were going to go up against, right? If you think about life kind of like a video game and you're deciding which video game to play, like you decided which video game you were going to play, and there's a villain inside that game. And the divine can't just poof and the big boss at the end of the game disappears. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you wanted to do when you came into this life. The thing is, the villain is actually defeatable, and it doesn't end the game. It's just like the main quest is over, and now it's just abundance from there. You're just building from there. You know, you're just exploring from there. You're creating and designing from there. You're connecting with other people in the world. You know what I mean? There's more than just the main quest in a game. Like Skyrim. If you guys know what Skyrim is, then you know. You know, it's most video games. Like, there's a main quest, there's side missions, and then there's the free play. I think the divine, what you have to be grateful for, is realizing that the divine was with you the whole time through the anxiety, through the nightmares, through the fear of abandonment and the fear of not having a place, the fear of not being financially stable, right? People in this world live day to day not knowing where they're going to sleep. They live day to day not having a single person to call, even if they have 200 people in their contacts. People feel abandoned by life and circumstance. They feel abandoned by God. I think you've had moments like this, and I think the real blessing is that you are finally coming out of that quest, that main quest. That's wrapping up. And you don't ever have to do the main quest again, not if you don't want to. That character that you were playing is now inside of free flow, right? Free play. Let's get some insight into the WTF moment. What is the what the fuck moment? For Cancer. Insight into that, please. King of Pentacles. Cancer, you are seriously terrified that you are moving into your abundance and the dream life you actually want. King of Pentacles, Ten of Cups, Magician, Knight of Pentacles. This has been such a long time coming. Ace of Pentacles on bottom. Cancer. When your happily ever after shows up and you just start winning back-to-back wins, don't be fucking scared. Be grateful. Be grateful of your own energy and effort, your own hard work. Spiritually speaking, all the abundance that you need in this life is here. You will never be without a place. You will never be without all of your needs being met. Whatever past history you have, where you fear poverty, where you fear having to work 3 jobs to get by yourself, to where you're crying at night because you need $10 for gas and feel like the biggest loser in the world asking somebody to help you with $10 and so you don't. Like, that is done. That's done. The divine is moving you forward from all of that. And to be fair, I think you're well aware of it. Even if you have to burn it all down one last time. because Cancer don't play. Cancer will burn shit down if it doesn't sit right in their soul. They will liquidate their life. And I think if you are stuck, Cancer, between a rock and a hard place, having to reset one more time, then I think this is the sign you were kind of looking for and asking the universe for. If you were angry, praying to the divine for answers, just to fucking help you see, like, this is your answer. You can depend on yourself and your healing and your vibration to bring in every opportunity to thrive, to not just be stable, but to thrive, and give yourself time to be creative. This is giving you time to build a dream and a longer term future. So not only is it instantly satisfying some kind of stability that you were working on manifesting for quite a while, it's also allowing you an opportunity to invest in your long-term happily ever after, your long-term dream, or your long-term happiness with it. So this is not just a temporary financial win. This is an immediate financial win with potential to build long-term stability through it. Take a big deep breath, Cancer. Take a big deep breath. Thank the universe for all that we went through to find ourselves. And just hold so much gratitude that this is where you've gotten yourself. You pulled yourself from 9 of Swords, 5 of Pentacles energy to King of Pentacles, 10 of Cups energy. Magician, Knight of Pentacles energy. You know what you're doing. This is solid masculine energy right here. You know what you're doing. You can trust yourself. And I think that is crystal clear. All right, Cancer? Yeah, man. Oh, you're going to a bridal shower? Weddings are blessings and blessings in disguise. That's for sure. They're beautiful events and they're chaotic as fuck. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you feel it in your IC line, Kristen. Yeah. I mean, everybody has Cancer. It's just a matter of where. I wish more people truly did watch all of the signs in regards to their houses, because they would get a whole different level of personal reading that way. All right. Next we have Virgo. Timestamp for Virgo. Timestamp for Virgo. 3. All right. Virgo. Spirit, please. What is going on? For our beautiful Virgos and Virgo energy, what do they have to be truly grateful for? Whether they realize it or not. I know they do. Your cusps are nuts. You honestly, honest to God, take a cake for the most cusps I've ever read in a chart. It's fucking wild, Kristen. All right, Virgo. The blessing. You got the Hermit. I love this Hermit card. It's about the sacredness of grief. that the highest form of enlightenment comes through grief. What is the WTF moment? The Star in the reverse. Okay. Okay. Ooh, the Devil's on the bottom. Exploitation, psychopathy, ego, government, corporation, extortion, sabotage, enslavement, trickery, lies, deceit, corruption, pain, all words on this Devil card. This particular one is about time and money. Chained down here is time. We have the hourglass with the earth, and then we have the piggy bank. Time and money. So Virgo, we might be talking about your work. And or your spiritual work and where your time is going. Where is your time going? And how is mismanaging it potentially hurting your money? When I made this card, it was when we first got word of 3-Eye Atlas, and I thought it was divine happenstance, and I put a little comet in the background. And you could see the white wolf is looking up at this older man, right? He's in Native American dress, and he's looking out at the Dakotas. Okay. And the sacredness of the land that his people used to connect spiritually, and it's sacred. And it's barren now, you know? And it's like it's so close and yet so far. And I feel like this being the blessing, you've had a lot of time, or Spirit has given you a lot of time to grieve. You've been alone, thinking about what you used to have been, and it's not that anymore. But when you look at it, you still remember what it was. And that's what you're grieving. The fact that you can still see or witness or experience something, and it's not the way that it was, and it will never be that in your lifetime. It might be a future for one of his great-great-great-grandchildren, or another life. But the man is so elderly, the chances of him actually seeing it happen in his lifetime are slim. And I feel like with this being the blessing, you've had to learn the sacredness of grieving, of allowing things to be divinely remembered and also change. Allow it to always hold its meaning, its significance to you, to never forget. But to not be sad that it's not as it was, or would have, could have, should have been. I think your heart, the loyalty of spirit that you have with yourself, is simply just waiting on you to feel good about not looking back at the past anymore. Because you don't need to look at it not being what it used to be to treasure it. You don't have to be there and be sad and grieving that it's not what it was. You can take the beauty of what you remember with you in your heart, in your memory, and move on. And move on. It's like the loyal white wolf of spirit is just waiting for you to be ready to move on from it. There are beautiful places and sacred places that the divine would love to show you that won't cause you so much grief to look on it. The WTF moment, the star in the reverse, says life is like a snake, continuously shedding your skin and leaving it in the dust. Yeah, I think the biggest WTF moment is that you are having a really hard time shedding the skin. You're wearing a dead skin. And it's not your best look, Virgo. It's not your best look. You might seriously, and I know Virgo is not down for what I'm about to say, okay? Because Virgo likes things to be predictable and the same and everything in order. I think you need a makeover. I think you need to do a little something fun, a little something different with your hair, your style, get a little creative, have a little fun, bring in a little whimsy, something you can manage and you're not going to hate in 2 weeks. But give yourself something different. Maybe you switch out your purse for a new bag. Like, maybe you decide you want to get a new pair of glasses and they'll change your whole face. Maybe you've been wearing the same glasses for the last 10 years. Like, it's time to update yourself. It's time to update. You might need to update your surroundings, your environment. You may need to upgrade your job. Or, even better, look at a lifestyle where it doesn't require you to work as much, as hard. Let's get some insight into these. Yeah. Yeah, Virgo definitely needs to just loosen up a little bit. Something different with their appearance. Virgo men, you might want to do like a little beard shaping. Have fun with your mustache. Fuck it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, have some fun with your look. Try a different hairstyle. Go to a different salon, different barber. Really switch it up. Switch it up. I feel like you need to be able to look in the mirror and love who you see as this new version of yourself. Like, all right, I'm down with this. I can get behind this. This is fucking right. All right. You know? Let who you are on the outside reflect who you are becoming on the inside. We got the 4 of Cups. Shed My Skin by Within Temptation. I don't know if I've heard that. the card just jump and I missed it? I went back in. Details, please. We have the Four of Cups, the King of Pentacles, the King of Cups, and the Three of Wands in the reverse. Two of Pentacles on the bottom. Okay. Wheel of Fortune's under that. Judgment's under that. Okay. You gotta choose. And I think being the blessing that it is, the position of the read, you feel like you missed an opportunity for something you were very, very strongly emotionally connected to. You feel like you got gypped. You feel like you got gypped. This is what you're grieving, right? This is what you've been grieving. And the King of Pentacles with the Three of Wands reverse, stability. You don't know what future stability looks like if you don't have what you were emotionally attached to with you. What is happily ever after then? What is the future then? What does stability look like? Because you had probably pictured what stability was for the longest time, right? This is what emotional stability is. This is what my happily ever after is. This is what I want. And you fixed on that. And when that outcome didn't end up being, right? What used to be your sacred space is no longer yours. It's still sacred to you, but it's not yours. You feel gypped. And you don't know what the future holds. And Spirit says, don't you see the blessing in that? Don't you see the blessing in that? You may have already lived this dream out in other lifetimes. And it's like, Spirit's like, I know you love strawberry ice cream. You get strawberry ice cream every lifetime. Why don't you try something different? And you're like, okay. Let's try chocolate chip mint. Way different than strawberry. And really delicious in its own way. It's a mood. It's a mood. Like, don't you see the blessing of variety? Like, it's wonderful that you enjoy strawberry ice cream. But there are so many other flavors that have equally beautiful energy in the end. And you will, at the end, be glad that you, at the very least, tried them all. And I think that's the point. You don't know what happily ever after looks like. You don't know what the future and stability looks like because you were bank set on strawberry ice cream and forgot that you ordered chocolate chip mint. You know, Spirit's like, well, I know that you've been throwing a fit, right? You've been having a very long grieving process over the fact that you're not getting strawberry ice cream this time. Spirit knows you've been grieving. You miss your strawberry. Can you find the mood, the beauty of chocolate chip mint. You know, it's, I'm sorry, I don't have a better analogy, but it's like so real though. It's like going to a restaurant, you always get strawberry, and they're like, oh, sorry, it didn't come on the truck. We have these flavors, and you were so excited about ice cream that you don't want to leave without ice cream, but they don't have strawberry. It's like, yeah, you got to get something else. You actually have to try another flavor. Maybe you'll actually end up really enjoying it. And you're like, I don't know if I could have a new favorite. I've loved strawberry for so long. I don't want to hurt strawberry's feelings. And it's like, Spirit's like, you're not going to hurt strawberry's feelings by enjoying chocolate chip mint, or just chocolate, or vanilla, or caramel swirl, or rocky road. Like, Spirit's like, you're not going to hurt the ice cream flavor's feelings. It doesn't work like that. Ice cream doesn't care what flavor you're enjoying. What matters is that you're enjoying it, whatever it is. It's like, okay, so it's not what you're used to. That's okay. Doesn't mean it's not equally as sacred. What's the WTF moment, Spirit, please? Six of Swords, Page of Cups, the Emperor. One more, please. And the Eight of Swords. Two of Wands on bottom. Justice. If you get stuck inside your grief, there is a price to pay for that. Just saying. Like, Spirit will give you all the time in the world. But the whole point is for you to enjoy this lifetime. And if you do spend it grieving, like, yeah, grieving is sacred, but it's not the most enjoyable feeling. It's not. Strawberry ice cream might literally be grief. And you might have gotten so used to grief, so in love with grief, because it's the only flavor you ever had. And why not? You know, it's a great flavor. Why change it? Because there's other flavors. And sometimes they're more enjoyable than grief. I think that your biggest WTF moment, if you're not allowing yourself to reflect and become more self-aware, if you just move forward without listening to your heart, and you're just like mentally pressing, like, let's get through it, let's get over it, let's pretend it's not bothering me, right? And you start really like masculine energy blazing through life, you're going to owe yourself an apology for being stuck inside your head and not taking the opportunity to go back to beginner's heart, which is what the pages are, right? And the Page of Cups, that is beginner's heart. I think it's your lack of palate, because I don't want to say it's immature. I don't want to say that you are immature, but I do feel like it is a lack of palate. Like kids like chicken nuggets, french fries, mac and cheese, and juice. You know, like, kids are pretty consistent with their palate. They don't want to be experimental and try crazy foods. Not often, right? Sometimes we find a gem who loves to eat broccoli. And sometimes we can't eat them to eat a single green thing, more often than not. So it's like you have a limited palate. And I really do feel that if you ignore what you're experiencing, right? If we look at experience as the food for our soul, and we need to allow ourselves to fully embrace the taste of the food, the experience of the food, how it goes down, right? We're not just sitting there scarfing down life and expecting it not to make us sick. If you sit down and scarf a full dinner in under 60 seconds, you're going to feel heavy stomached and sick. And this is what the WTF moment is. It's almost as if you're trying to eat all the thoughts as fast as you can and you're not digesting them. You're not looking at the experience and enjoying the experience and how it benefits you. You're just shoving the experiences down and trying to, you know, blaze through it, power through it. And to be fair, if that's where you are spiritually speaking, that's okay. The divine loves you. It will continue to teach you and give you opportunities to enjoy something other than grief. If you want to enjoy grief, you technically can. You can not order any ice cream and just sit and cry and remember the flavor of strawberry and miss it so much and just grieve that they don't have strawberry ice cream today. You can do that with this life. But then you don't get to enjoy anything. You don't actually get to enjoy anything. And I think that is the biggest thing, Virgo. I think that if you don't allow yourself the opportunity to at least humor the idea that there is something other than grief out there for you, something other than struggle. If you can, at the very least, allow yourself to humor that idea, I think that you won't end up getting hit with the Justice and the Wheel of Fortune Judgment card, because the Judgment's going to happen fast, whatever it is, with the Knight of Swords underneath of that, Eight of Cups underneath of that. Like, Spirit will move forward and move on. Like, okay, like, I'm only going to sit here and try and make you eat or make you choose something, right? I'm only going to stand here. Like, the waiter's only going to stand there for so long. If you're not going to give the universe your order, it's going to walk away and check on its other tables. The waiter will be like, okay, I'll just give you a couple minutes. And you can say, no, wait, no, I'll pick. And the waiter is already gone. It is checking on its other tables, and now you got to wait 10 fucking minutes for them to come back. You know? You got to wait a hot minute for them to come back. I think you have an opportunity right now to choose something different. And we're going to leave it right there, Virgo. All right, you have an opportunity to choose something different. It is not a bad thing. Okay, we're doing Libra next. Put a good shuffle on these. Did anybody else put zodiacs in the chat for after Scorpio? Because we still had Leo, Sag, Aquarius, Pisces, and Ophiuchus. I don't have them slotted in yet. All right. Let me know, because I scrolled back up in the comments and I'm not seeing it, but that doesn't mean it wasn't sent. So if there's another sign that's not yet in the roster, let me know. All right, Libra, timestamp. 1 hour, 4 minutes. Okay. Libra. All right, Libra. Sun, Moon, Rising, the house that Libra rules for you. Spirit, what is going on with Libra and energy? What do they have to be grateful for that they may or may not know that they have this to be grateful for? What do they have to be grateful for? Ooh. The Dark Magician. Interesting. What's the WTF moment? What's that energy? Libra, we about to have a conversation, my loves. We're about to have a conversation. Okay? Listen. You have, for some of you, this is past tense. The majority of you, Spirit is letting me know it is very present. Don't get it twisted. You know, if Spirit is literally adamant inside my head saying, you know, if this is someone you're dealing with right now, and you know, if it's someone in your past. If you're trying to convince yourself it is a past person, it's a present person. Because either you know it's past, like you know, and there's no questioning it, or it is someone in your present. And if you are questioning it at all, Spirit is saying they are in your present, just so that you are aware. This is someone who chooses things with malicious intent. Someone who does things literally to hurt someone else. Mentally, financially, psychically, physically. It doesn't matter. Like, this could be someone as wild as like a Reddit mother-in-law bridezilla, like or you know, someone, you know, wearing white to a wedding. Like, they know what they're doing. Someone who wears white to a wedding is a dark magician. That is demonically guided energy. They're doing it to be malicious. That is what a dark magician is. Okay? It doesn't have to be someone doing blood magic in a basement and sacrificing a frog. You know what I mean? But this energy is someone who intends, chooses things for malicious reasons, and will pray for malicious things, violent things, unbecoming things. They'll wish ill on people. They will go out of their way to bully people because they like seeing someone upset. It gives them this feeling of power. This is a demonic, guided individual, right? Shadow Yang. Your what the f moment is the Chariot. And it is the lower vibration of the 4. This is where we get stuck on I can't. Where our brain feels scrambled like noodles. And a part of us wants to unravel it and get our brain organized, and the other half of us wants to say, get and burn it, right? Literally just wants to put a match to our mind and burn it. For every problem, there is a solution. For every problem, there is a solution. You can get through whatever it is that you need to do. You can move forward. The divine is telling you that you can move forward. Your brain's telling you that you can't do anything, and Spirit's like, yeah, right. You don't want to believe that there's something you can do, right? You're up against this dark energy, this person who is more than just a pain in your ass. Whoever this is, they are more than just a pain in your ass. You dread when they're around. Your stomach probably flips a little bit when their name comes up in conversation. I'm pretty sure this person, to some degree, makes you absolutely fucking crazy or absolutely ill. This person is the biggest thorn in your side in your life right now. And they're the biggest blessing because you probably have a people pleaser mentality and you're like, I can't do that. I can't break up with them. I can't leave this job. I can't be the one that tells the friend group that what they're doing is wrong or whatever. I can't do that. Bitch, yes you can. Yes you can. Libra, where's your fucking balls, bruh? Where's your balls, bruh? Like, when I tell you that you have this toxic ass individual in your life, literally because Spirit's like, you can. You can. Stand up for yourself? Yes, you can. Decide that you don't want this? Yes, you can. Call this out and put it in its place? Yes, you can. Create distance in your life and never allow it back in? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. You are dealing with this fucking asshole because you're like, I can't say this. I can't do that. What if they do this? What if they do that? They are gonna react like a fucking monster because that's what they are. That's the energy they're in. Of course they're gonna react like a monster. Play your fucking cards right. Get your ducks in a row. Find out who is absolutely on board with helping you address this situation. Get legal counsel if you need legal counsel. Start recording conversations on your phone. Use the video recorder app or the voice recorder app, whatever it is. Start recording things. Protect yourself. Figure out what options you have. Allow yourself to upgrade or downgrade life accordingly. Because to be fair, nothing is worth this energy being around. Full disclosure, I have an ex. God bless him. He's so fucking dense and psychotic. He will not stop emailing me. I have blocked him multiple times. He knows my name. He knows my email. It is my main email attached to all of my Divine Voice Box stuff. It's my main email. I went through and started switching over every single thing that was going to my email. I'm consolidating my emails. I'm considering actually legally changing my name and completely disappearing because fuck this person. I have moved halfway across the country to get away from energy like this. I have changed my phone number before to get away from people like this. I use an alias online because of people like this, including my family, my blood family. They're this. There is no effort that you would be guided to do that is more stressful or time consuming than this person being in your life. This is toxic as shit. Yes, you can. You can do everything you need to do to free yourself. You can do everything. You can move. You can sell a house. You can leave a job. You can change a phone number. You can change your name. You can. If you are dealing with a malicious, vile soul who literally laughs and enjoys your discomfort because it makes them feel powerful, they enjoy seeing you in pain, enjoy seeing you upset, because it makes them feel like they're worth something, fuck all them people. Fuck all of them people. Fuck all of them. Respectfully. Respectfully. They can fuck right off. They can go back to whatever hell they came from. They can go live their nightmare, their drama, their trauma somewhere else. Why does it gotta be with you? It doesn't have to be with you. That's the point. Spirit has plans for people like this. You have to let them go so that Spirit can do what it needs to do to fix them. It's not your job. You cannot help them. Fuck them. That is above your spiritual pay grade. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Let's get some details. Let's get some details. Spirit, give us some more insight into who this dark magician is. Who's the fucking asshole? How will they know who the asshole is? In divine time. Ooh. Okay, so they play victim, but they're not the victim. They're just childish as hell. Really immature. Super stubborn. They are afraid that they are not physically attractive. They are a soulmate that you've been through different lifetimes with before. So there was definitely familiarity or a sense of like a draw, you know, to this person. Four of Wands is on the bottom. This is a false flame. This is not your final counterpart. They're a dark shadow, right? They're a dark mirror. They embody all the things you hate about yourself and don't want to look at. Ooh. Think about what I just said. Because if they're lying to you and gaslighting you, like, how are you lying to yourself and gaslighting yourself? This is a major mirror. You have the physical manifestation of your demons around. And it's revolving around this I can't energy. Oh my God, I just had the funniest memory. It's not funny because it was dead serious, but in hindsight, it's exactly this, which is why it's funny. So a friend of mine, her parents were having issues. This is back when I was in high school. And I could hear her parents screaming in the background. And she was embarrassed, you know what I mean? So, you know, I get that. But her parents were screaming in the background. And I heard the mother, because her dad was bad drunk. And I heard the mother screaming at him because he was drunk, and she was telling him that if he didn't get the fuck out of the house, that she had insurance, she'd burn it down. Like, if he didn't get out the fucking house, she would burn it down. It's just, you know, was she really gonna burn her house down? No, but it's the mentality, and the reality is he believed her. Because she said it with serious conviction, and she did mean it. There was a part of her that wanted him out so fucking bad that if he did not leave, she said, I swear to God, I will burn this house down to get you out of it. Like, and it reminds me of that energy. Like, yes, you can. I'm not telling you to burn a house down, but it's like having that mentality, like hell or high water, you are not going to deal with this. Right? Hell or high water, you are not going to deal with this. This is a past life person. They play the victim. They are not the victim. They're extremely childish and they're insecure. And they're sticking around because they're insecure. It's familiar. And the shadow is keeping you together. You're trauma bonded, whether you realize it or not. You're trauma bonded. And until you heal your trauma, giving yourself permission to choose what is best for you. Maybe you weren't allowed to have needs when you were a kid. And maybe your mother or your father was like, I know that you said you want this, but this is what's best for you. This is what's best for you. Stay for this reason. No, you can have this, not that, right? And you weren't allowed to choose what was best for you. And now you're in a situation choosing what is best for someone else because that's what you were taught, to choose what is best for everybody else. And you're learning how to choose yourself. It's okay to choose. You're allowed to choose. You actually do know what's best for you. You always have. You always have. It is easy for you to choose what is best for you. It comes easy. In fact, people that don't like you being authentic, probably it really rubs them the wrong way because they're fake as fuck, right? Fake people are going to be very upset when your authenticity comes out because they can't leech off of it anymore. You know what I mean? They can't just drain you of your energy anymore. They can't live rent-free in your psyche. The what the fuck moment. The Four of Coins with the Lovers in the reverse. Holding on to someone who is not your high counterpart. And just giving money and giving money and giving money. You're draining, Libra. You're leaking money to this impoverished beggar energy. You're holding on to it like it's the 10 of coins, and it's not. The Lovers with the Hermit, like, you might seriously be afraid of being alone. You might have your own insecurities about your appearance. You might have insecurities about your age, right, with the Page of Wands. Trying to maintain your youth. And really, you have to do, like, big boy and big girl things. Dealing with these petty relationships and these malicious people. Spirit said that's childish. That is spiritual immaturity. And you've been digging your heels in the ground, like kind of throwing a tantrum. Like, no, I can't do it. I can't. Spirit's like, where are your big boy pants or your big girl pants at? There is no I can't. We are in a limitless universe. What do you mean you can't? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Change? Death's on the bottom. You afraid of change? Afraid you're going to die alone? I bet you that's what this asshole's afraid of. They're afraid they're going to die alone. They're not attractive. They're a victim. They have this victim mentality that they create for themselves. They're the victim of themselves. You're mirroring them, Libra. They're like, I can't change. And you're like, well, I can't either. And that's why we're going to stay together and be so toxic. That's why. You can't leave me. You're too insecure and you're afraid to be alone. And you need me pouring out for you. Draining myself for you. And I can't change. I live to bleed my energy for you. Yeah, drain me every day. Make me question all my life choices and have me hate myself every day, sure. Because I'm also afraid to be alone. And I'm afraid that I'm not as beautiful as I once was, or as beautiful as other people, or as handsome, or as young, or whatever. And I'll pour myself out to keep this because I'm afraid of being alone and not having a partner. Libra. I know that Libra has the hardest time of all the signs being single. They do. They have a hard time. It's not that they don't do it. Libras can be single. But they have a really hard time being and staying single and choosing themselves and filtering through people. Filtering them, screening them before committing. Libra, bless their hearts. They're charming, beautiful people. They can be charming, beautiful people. They're brilliant in their own right. They have beautiful vision. They have a whole bunch of wisdom, right? Libra, seeing both sides. This is why Libra and Sag get along so well. Because Libra can actually break down both sides of why Sag thinks the way that it does. People will look at Sag and be like, well, how did you reach that conclusion? How did you learn that? And Sag will give them some crazy unhinged answer that they won't understand. And Libra will be like, this is why. And it makes sense. Like, Libra is more than capable of being on their own and being beautiful on their own and really setting the bar high. Setting the bar high for themselves. Every compromise you make on what you want is something that will ultimately lead to your unhappiness and resentment later. It just will. We can love people, we can be attracted to people, but we have to be compatible with people too. We have to be compatible with people. God knows, I had all of the love in the world, all the chemical attraction in the world to someone I considered my twin flame at one point, and we were not compatible at all. In fact, he was this exact person. Enjoying the fact that I was weak or I was dumb or he was getting away with gaslighting me, or at least he thought, and treating me like shit. Did I say that I moved halfway across the country and I've changed my number and I've changed my emails and I'm going by aliases online now? Peace is worth it. Freedom from that kind of energy is so worth it. So Libra, I hope that helps, because right now you're holding on to something that is clearly not in your highest good moving forward. There's lessons to be learned there and things to be grateful for with this hellish experience that you've had with whoever this is, because you ultimately are going to learn your power, and you can. You are capable of saying no. No. Learn how to be so comfortable with saying no, and learn how to be comfortable receiving the reaction of someone who doesn't like it when you say it, so that you're not flustered or freezing, shell-shocked when they lose their mind however they want to lose their mind, because they will. They'll go from being denying and gaslighting to being really angry and aggressive and blaming, to being really sorry and forgive me and I love you, and if you still say no, then they'll turn on you and they'll try and turn everybody that, you know, you're connected to with them against you. Like, that's what they do. That's what dark magicians do. They feed off your pain, and if you're refusing to allow them to see you in pain, they will go above and beyond to cause you pain. They will. But if you go through it, at some point, the pain stops. Otherwise, they will feed off your pain every day until the day you die. They will feed off your pain every day. They will feed off your stress every day. They will drain you every day. I would rather know that it has an end date. You know? Libra, Pisces, Scorpio probably have, and Cancer, you know, the water signs really put themselves through it, and Libra's right there with them. Like, the water signs and Libra have the hardest time out of all the signs not sabotaging themselves. I think of all the signs, those ones have the hardest time keeping themselves on a straight and narrow path that keeps them away from self-sabotage, because they see both sides, you know, they feel things. Like the water signs, they feel other people's pain and they want to do what they can to heal it, because they're very familiar with pain. They don't want anybody to feel it. So the water signs have a habit of really falling for people that need more help than they're capable of giving. And then you have Libra, who sees both sides of the coin. Like, yeah, they understand, you know, that people make mistakes and that people fuck up, but they're also, you know, on the other side of it, like, but it is kind of up. You know, like, they're not fixing it though. You know, it's one thing to make a mistake once, it's another thing to keep making it over and over again. You know, Libra kind of looks at both things. They can understand why someone is messed up and choose to want to get to know them anyway, because they feel like there's still a good person under there. You know, they're looking at both sides to people, the beautiful light of a person and the trauma of the person, and they like to feel like they can maintain that balance. Work through the hard stuff with someone and enjoy the beauty of someone. Ideally, Libra is very helpful. They want to see other people happy. That's why they're very generous and they're very kind and they're there and supportive of their friends and their family. Like, Libra is a go-to person. They just get taken advantage of a lot for that reason. They don't know when to say no, or they don't know when to stop. You know? Libra is constantly weighing both sides, and they don't necessarily know how to call the shot, which is Scorpio. Right? The Judgment card. Scorpio calls the shot. Libra presents the facts, and Scorpio calls the shot. And I think that that's where the universe is trying to really pull you, Libra, into being able to call the shot and feel good about calling the shot. You don't have to wait for somebody else to make the decision. Okay. Let's see. What else? Kristen, I saw you put at some point, there it is. After Scorpio, we'll do Aqua. Then Leo. Then Sag. Then Ophiuchus. And then Pisces. Okay. We're going to do Aries next, and then Taurus, and then Capricorn. Okay. And we have already done Gemini, Cancer, Virgo, and Libra. So you guys can go back and rewind the live, or you can wait, and I'll put timestamps in the description after. Okay? Okay. Aries. 132. Okay. Victoria, I love that you're still here. 100%. Bye. Yup. Yup. All right, Risa. I love you, girl. See you next time. All right. Aries. Aries. Spirit for Aryan energy. The house that Aries rules for you. What is the blessing that you have to be grateful for, whether you realize it or not? And what is the WTF moment that is interfering with the energy for Aries? What is the blessing? What do they have to be grateful for, please, Spirit? The Lovers. Look at that, Aries. Look at you all being in alignment, reflecting on yourself and making corrections. Good on you. Good on you. What is the what the fuck moment? The Sun. The spring equinox version of the card. Okay. Aries. Really, what a combination of cards. Reflection and correction, starting with your blessing, is so big. Because this is letting me know that the greatest blessing that you have to be grateful for is that you are a version of yourself that you love. You are a version of yourself that you love. You respect this version of yourself. You appreciate this version of yourself. You can rely on this version of yourself. You believe in this version of yourself. Great energy. With this being the what the fuck moment. I mean, the sun inside that position, the spring equinox, this is about the victory of all that is good. All evil is purged in flames. I think that you're actually getting into your rise, which, to be fair, might mean things are changing. Because the spring, everything is coming back to life. It's coming out of a dead, hibernative kind of state. It's almost like you found a version of yourself that you love, you clicked into alignment, and you're ascending now. Which means your whole reality is shifting, you know? Everything gets brighter from here. The sun is its most powerful. From the spring equinox all the way leading up to the summer solstice, and slowly but surely descending in power as it moves towards the autumn equinox, where we have more hours of night than we do day, right? Between the autumn and spring equinox as we move through winter, right? Fall and winter into the early spring. I don't know if you ever thought you would change or grow, Aries. With these cards, it's almost like you surprised yourself. And you didn't even realize you were growing as you were doing it. But not only have you found a version of yourself that you genuinely love, I feel like it's just beginning. Like, now that you have found this version of yourself that you love being, and that you continue to love being, because this version of yourself reflects and corrects. You allow yourself the pivot. You allow yourself the changeability, the flexibility to move and flow with spirit. It's almost like, you know how spirit kind of warns us with those little pings and those red flags, and then they start to blare in our face, and then they become obvious because they're manifesting as a fucking nightmare in our life? You know, it's like, instead of waiting for spirit to beat you over the head with a hammer and hit you with a tower moment, it's like you're hearing the tisk tisk and being like, yep, I hear you. You just heard it at tisk tisk. And you're pivoting. You're like, yep, pivot. Heard that flag, pivot. All right, that way's blocked. Let's try this way. What other options do we have? How can I better handle this? You're right, I was incorrect there. I'm going to correct it this way. Problem solved. Everything is better because you legit enforce the changes that you make as you tweak, right? You're inside of a version of yourself that is flexible and respectable. You enjoy being this version of yourself. And the fact that you've clicked into that dawn, that rising of yourself, I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised with what you're actually capable of being inside this energy. Let's get some deeper insight. Yeah. Yeah. Saturn and Aries. Yeah. Yeah, you have to change. Saturn might make it difficult. Might take a while. but it's profound. Let's get some insight into this lover's energy. What is this version of yourself that you love being? Aries. You're a free spirit, Aries. You know, like you beat to the rhythm of your own drum. And you have found such a version of yourself. You actually love commitment. We have the Lovers clarified by the Lovers with the Two of Cups and the Four of Wands. Like you love being committed to happy, healthy relationships. You enjoy being a partner. You enjoy people coming to you and saying, hey, I need your help. And you're like, of course I can help, right? You love being helpful. You really genuinely love being of service. It's like you stepped into the hero role. You are marriage material. You are marriage material through and through. And you might not have always seen yourself that way. Other people might not have always seen you that way. But looking at those cards, Aries, like, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. You are a proper partner. And I feel like if you are partnered up, you and your partner probably work really well together. Like a part of you knows that you can rely on each other. And I love that for you. I love that for you. Aries sometimes gets a bad rap of being like too self-determined, too strong in who they are. You know, they don't like to bend or break for people. They're competitive. They'll rise to any challenge. Like, go ahead and tell an Aries not to do something or tell them that they can't. Aries will be like, bet. Like, bet immediately. No hesitation. Bet. Challenge accepted. You know? And I think that you stepped up to a challenge of becoming your best self, and you did. I think that's reflecting really clearly. You're pivoting really quickly. You have really supportive people in your life. You are living a version of your happily ever after. In the spiritual domain, in the emotional domain, in the fantasy domain, like you have all of the right pieces in place. And it's only getting better from here, right? Spring equinox, it's only getting better from here. What were you doing around the spring equinox? What were you doing around April, end of April? Because that's when you were really coming into this energy. Give me one more, please. Yeah, okay. So the Strength and the Sun, they're both Leo cards. They resonate with the energy of the sun. That is what Leo rules, the sun. You may have strong Leo in your chart. Especially if it's Vedic with this version of the sun card. Okay? You may have strong Leo. The what the fuck moment would be if you weren't listening to yourself and carrying weight, spiritual weight for other people. Because Aries is the hero, right? It's the hero archetype. I feel like you've quieted yourself before and took on the soul burdens of other people. And a part of you is like, no, you don't really want to do this. And the other part of you is like, but you have to, right? You're the strong one. You're the hero. You save people. That's what you do. You know, you're the spiritual EMT. But the truth is, Queen of Swords, people fucking hurt you. Like, that's the truth. The Queen of Swords with the Three of Swords, when you tell yourself that you can handle it, you can carry it, you can handle it, you can do it all, you end up getting hurt. I think this best version of you is focusing on you and your partner. Because too many people, like 4 wands is manageable. 10 wands is ridiculous. I think you're appreciating the fact that you have a very small circle of close people. And I actually feel really good with that, because the minute that you start taking on the burdens of other people, the stresses of other people, the karma or trauma of other people, and you're saying, I can handle it, right? I could be the hero. I could be the one that helps them change their life or change whatever, you know, that's when you get hurt. And that's the truth. Like, you can see it a mile away now, you know, King of Wands on the bottom. You can see it a mile away now. People, God bless humanity. Unless we start like globally training ourselves and teaching ourselves otherwise, like people will always try and offload their spiritual responsibilities off on someone else. Can you take care of me in this way? Because I don't know how to take care of myself and I don't want to learn. I want to play dumb. I want to play victim. And I think you're at a point where you have people in your life that know how to stand on their own, right? All 4 of these wands are solid posts on their own. No one needs to hold them up. And then there's all of these wands that are completely unstable. They're not posted in the ground, right? They're not structurally sound. They're just heavy and they're in the way. They're emotionally, spiritually, psychologically heavy, mentally heavy, financially heavy, right? It's not your responsibility. That's why you always end up hurt. Spirit's like, stop doing that. Stop doing that. For real. Aries, I hope that helps. Because I feel like you're already certain of this. You know this, hands down. Which is why I think there is such beauty and such gratitude that you hold for the small circle of close people that you know are not putting weight on you. Like, yeah, sometimes people that are in our lives, they need us to carry some more than we are normally carrying, because they're getting their shit together, right? Their internal shit. But they're not using you because they can. In fact, people who are in alignment, truly, with the right path for themselves, will always be looking to either reciprocate or pay it forward. This kind of energy just takes and doesn't give back. And sometimes people go from being a solid person to an unstable person. Sometimes it does flip the other way around too. But the reality is you're calling it like you're seeing it now. Or at least that's what you should be doing. You should be calling it like you're seeing it now. Like your ego wants to show that you are strong and you are capable of helping people out of situations that you may have been familiar with at one point. You obviously know how to reflect and correct, and you will work with other people that know how to reflect and correct. But if you are you know, talking truth or sense or wisdom to someone, and it really is the best truth for them to receive, and they're just not hearing it, that's like, you know, you have to call it. This person doesn't want to be saved. They don't want to be saved right now. They're still in their heavy energy. And you're not divinely put here to carry it for them or anyone. You've already proved that you can hold your weight plus other people. It's just not easy and fun for you. Now, you're not carrying the dead weight of other people. You have people in your life, Aries, that are genuinely connected to you in soul. They look up to you as someone that they can go to for truth and reason, that they can exchange energy with you. And you're not a petty person. And you know them, you see their soul, you know that they see who they are at heart, and that you are patient, not demanding. You're patient, and they don't genuinely want to abuse the kindness of patience that you give them. Because these people wouldn't be patient. These 10 of Wands people would not be patient. They'd be fucking painful to deal with. Stressful as hell. You know? I think it's really good where you're at. And I don't think you have to be afraid of being in pain anymore if you can continue to hold gratitude for this right here. The people in your life that don't force weight on you that they don't intend to relieve you from. You know what I mean? Like, fuck. Energy leeches, man. I'm really glad to see that you've elevated out of that. Like, yeah, we can be the hero for other people. Sometimes we really have to be the hero for ourselves, though. Because when we are the hero for ourselves, then we are also a hero for the people that genuinely matter. People who would pick up that hero title and proudly wear it and serve you. You know? They're not going to argue with the divine or fight with the divine if they were called by the divine to step up and support you. You've got good people around you now. You know, all of the pieces are starting to fall into place with the people around you. And cutting all that dead weight off. I mean, anybody can technically be anybody else's hero if the person wants to be saved. You know, it's that but. They have to want to be saved. Okay. Taurus. 1, 2, 3, 13. All right, Taurus. Spirit, please. What is going on? Taurus. Taurus energy. The house that Taurus rules for you. What is going on? What is going on? What is the blessing for Taurus that they can find gratitude in, whether they realize it or not? What is the blessing? Okay. I'm putting these back in because there's too many of them. But Spirit wants you to know, Taurus, that if you had to play the dark feminine, where you were unable to receive good things, right? You had a hard time with it at one point, receiving good things. Not all who wander are lost. And I think in hindsight, you're going to be realizing that you are doing the divine's work like a lighthouse, helping someone see, helping someone crack through their shadow. Like you gave divine clarity to someone while you were in your more intimidating feminine energy. It's almost like you got visions of something you didn't want to see. You didn't want it to be your reality, and you had to play the villain. And you might have questioned yourself about it because you didn't know if you were messing up a good thing. But you weren't guided to receive it. And it was really important because there was something very stuck, whether in yourself or the individual that you were working with, or individuals, if it's more than just one person. And I think what you're teaching someone is, or what they're learning now because of your presence in their life, no matter how long ago it was, recent or distant past, it doesn't really matter. What they're realizing now is that they were trying to control everything, and they lived in that vibration of reward and punishment. Like, I'll reward you for doing things I want, but I'll punish you if you choose to do things your own way. Like, it has to be my way because that's how I feel comfortable, and you essentially force someone to be uncomfortable facing themselves. And they're realizing that you and them are not much different at all. Like, they might have thought that you were something superior or something unattainable, and they're realizing now in hindsight what you were trying to tell them all along, and it's that you and them are not different. Someone learned something from you, like really spiritually deep. It might have been during a time where you were trying to protect yourself, because looking at this high priestess, she's a voodoo priestess. She's so fucking awesome. But she's got this no trespassing, keep out, you know, sign down there at her feet. Like, leave me alone. You know, I'm a very magical, mysterious, divinely connected being. And I think that you might have left someone with this idea that you were better than them or too good for them, and that's not the intention that you put forward, but that's the energy they took from it. That's the energy they decided to focus on. The I'm not good enough energy. And that might have been why you had to let them go, because you recognized that. You recognized that. Feeling unworthy, undeserving. And you knew that being around or with someone in that energy wouldn't have served you well. They would have become overbearing, and you would have ended up being resentful. They would have, well, overbearing or sabotaging. They just would have straight up sabotaged it outright. But I feel like you holding up your boundaries and saying, no, you're not my person, is really helping someone see the error of the way that they were creating, because they were creating from a very heart empty place, right? Feminine empty place. So let's see. What is the blessing for Taurus, please? What is the blessing that they have to be grateful for? Okay, we have so many. Keeping these two. Again, Tower, Hierophant, Death, Emperor, Devil, Magician. All right, Spirit, do what you want. Taurus is just getting a different reading. It's a little different than the others, okay? Vedic astrology, true sky astrology. Uranus is in fucking Taurus right now. Spirit's gonna do what it wants. I accept. What is the what the fuck moment, Spirit? What is the what the fuck moment? Let's get that card, group of cards, whatever, out. Okay. What the fuck moment is the World card. Saturn's gift. This is the highest form of the world in this deck. All right, let's get into the blessing. High Priestess is on the bottom. She's really cool too. I love the High Priestess cards in this deck. They're so freaking awesome. They're seriously some of my favorites. Okay. Taurus. Blessing. The highest divine emperor in the deck with the World card. One of the World cards. Obviously, you have another one right here, right? There's 4 in this deck, 4 of each major. And I feel with divine order, and this being your World card, because this is about the 4 corners, it's about the 4 fixed energies and how we cross over from the material world, right, and myth and legend, right, and time, and actually enter into a whole new reality. There's golden gates of light inside the center of the rose, and there's light emanating from it. There's a certain mastery of it, right? Per divine order, you're sovereign. Per divine order, you are sovereign. So you're accelerating out of the time-space dimension where things are chaotic because of interference due to other people's energies. When you are truly sovereign and have control over your own energy and other people can't sway you out of it, you're at your most powerful. And this world, or the reality, right? The world around you, the reality is too small for you. It's too small for your big energy. And so Spirit's like, hey, I got somewhere else that you can be. And not only am I going to put you in this other place, right? This other energetic space. You're going to see what your power can do there. We have the divinely guided magician with the devil. And I love this version of the devil card because it's not as toxic as the other versions of the devil card can be. This is more about legacy and strategy and values and empire and dictation and delegation. You know, this is about reputation and what you leave behind in this world. And I feel like you are divinely guided with someone who resonates at that high frequency that you're resonating at, right? Another emperor, someone who is equally in their power. And where they may have had toxic qualities before, where you may have had toxic qualities before, toxic masculinity, and that you choose things or had chosen things from a toxic place, a wounded place, trying to elevate yourself as far as like rank or status or title. There's been major transformation. It's been replaced with wisdom. That's your card, the Hierophant. That's wisdom right there. That is mastering Chiron lessons. And then we have the Tower of Babel. This Tower card is about speaking love's language, the divine's true language, love's language. You're speaking with the divine and connecting with the divine. Whoever you're with is also doing the same thing. Two very authentic and sovereign souls. There's a lot of wisdom shared between the two of you. And I think that's why this is so beautiful as the what the fuck moment, because it's like the book is done. In the Akashic records, there's all these books, right, of lifetimes lived and yet to be lived. And it's almost as if you're going through this book, and it's called Old You, New You, One You, Two You. It's a play on Dr. Seuss. And I think that you do know who the old you is. You know who the new you became. You knew that you were just one individual person, and now there is two of you. I think you have met or are involved with your mirrored equal on the light, right? The light end of things. Like if you go and watch Libra's reading, like Libra was dealing with a dark magician, they were dealing with a dark counterpart, where you are dealing with a very light counterpart, right? The highest magician in the deck. This is a divinely guided magician. It's quote unquote white magic. It's healing magic. When inner union is made manifest, I think that the Aries I'm talking, or the Taurus that I'm talking to, maybe you're dealing with an Aries, especially with all the Emperor energy, right? I feel like you have met your light, quote unquote, twin, your light mirror. And you've gone from being one to being two. One and the same. Your vibe, your energy is right there with each other, full resonation. You completed something major in this life with the Saturn's gift. That's a major, major completion. Like, that is the equivalent of completing the lifetime's mission while you're still alive and not having to learn it all the way up to your deathbed. You know what I mean? Like, some people spend their entire life trying to learn the lesson only to realize it on their deathbed. You have the privilege of essentially, quote unquote, dying with this mission complete while still living. So there's this old you that is now two new you. Yeah, the Phoenix. I love the Phoenix. Let's get some insight into this. What is this blessing? Let's get more into this blessing, please. What is the blessing? What does it look like? The Knight of Pentacles, the Devil, the Five of Cups, and the Emperor again. We have the Emperor out 3 times, y'all. Spirit's telling me to keep going. Okay. 7 of Swords is on the bottom with the 10 of Swords and the Queen of Wands with the Queen of Cups. Star Tower. Okay. Taurus. I feel like it may have taken you a while, right? Taurus is a little on the slow and steady wins the race side. But I feel like you did pick up and seize the opportunity, right? Carpe diem. And even though there's some kind of sadness attached to it, and you feel like you're without, the divine is in a state of overflow with you. Right? Seizing this opportunity causes you to miss something or long for something. But I think you're well aware of the fact that Spirit's blessing you, which is what might be making it bearable, if that's the right word for it. Because I think you spent a long time attached to I'm hearing Spirit's giving me this image of like a psyche with a band-aid on it. It's like you were attached to this idea that you were psychologically injured, not quote unquote all right upstairs, right? It's almost like you were judging yourself and feeling like you had a screw loose or something, like that you were missing something. It's almost giving me like you were feeling dumb compared to other people. The way that you were fixated on believing things about yourself inside your head. It's like this belief that there is a hierarchy and some people are more powerful than you. And I think your high masculine energy with that Emperor just said, wake the fuck up. With the 4 of Swords in the reverse on the Emperor, right? Double 4s. It is literally as if your high masculine kicked into gear and said, stop being ridiculous. Like, stop being so ridiculous. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're attached to hierarchy and believing that you are meant to be under people? Wake up, Emperor. Wake up. The Emperor doesn't have anybody over them. There is no one above the Emperor. Where on the hierarchy did you think you belonged? this is what was being addressed. You felt like you had to be under someone, that you weren't worth being the fucking alpha soul on top. And not only did you show up as that person, your partner is showing up as that person. The people you're connected to are showing up as that energy, right there with you. And I think that that's a beautiful blessing, because you're not fixated on being the only one at the top. Matter of fact, it feels like, thank God. Thank God I got up here and I'm not by myself up here. Because that would have sucked, and it would have. Being at the very, very top and feeling like everybody is beneath you, what a toxic place to be. I think the beautiful part, the blessing in your energy, is not only are you in your high emperor, high sovereign energy, your legacy energy, your aura farming energy, so is your partner. And you're like, thank God you're here with me. Like, I don't know what I would do if I were up here by myself. Like, thank God we're in alignment. 2 is better than 1. Let's get more on the Saturn's gift. The what the fuck moment. Let's get into that one, please. Clarify the World card for Taurus. The Strength, the Fool, the Magician, and the 6 of Pentacles in the reverse. Oh my gosh. You're manifesting from such a place of strength, and you're taking a leap of faith on not bleeding dry. Holy shit. Like, if that's your what the fuck moment, you're closing a chapter, you're closing that book. That book of draining out for other people who are superior to you, right? The beggar and the well-to-do person. You're not begging because there's no hierarchy anymore. You're taking a leap of faith on the fact that you can manifest whatever you want because you're powerful as shit. You can do it. This is major I am capable energy. Oh, I love it. You know, I was just listening to, it crossed my path at a time, and it's interesting because I was dealing with someone who has very strong Taurus energy in their chart, and it's conflicted. And I had this song cross my path by Medalist Prime, and it was a track from a video game. Oh, what was the game? My son told me what it was earlier because I couldn't remember, and now I forget again. But the main characters are these essentially brothers, Virgil and Dante. Either way, the song was by Medalist Prime, Metal Us, right? METALUS Prime, and it's I Will Not Bow. And it literally is about, you know, knowing that there are things coming against you that are tempting the shadow out of you, and you're like, I will not bow to the shadow or the temptation of shadow. My inner demons, I will not bow to them. I will continue to be disciplined in mind and in control of myself for greater good. I will not bow to my inner demons, my inner shadows. And that is the kind of energy that I'm getting off your read, because I feel like you experienced a lot of pain being under someone else's thumb, under someone else's foot, you know, like having people of quote unquote higher rank and title throw their weight around at you and make you feel like a piece of shit. You are not doing that anymore. You are well aware of the fact that you are not small. You are not a piece of shit. You're not dumb. In fact, you are more capable than all of them. Because not only can you do what they do, but you're spiritually in tune with yourself. You're actually a version of yourself that you like being. Someone else had a similar vibe. I think I just read them too. I don't remember which sign it was, but if you love my shit, you're gonna watch all the signs anyway. So Taurus, I hope that helps put some things into perspective for you. I think you're gonna surprise the shit out of yourself. And yet be equally unsurprised because you knew you fucking had it in you. You've always known. That's why being under other people was so uncomfortable and painful. That's why. Because you weren't meant to be in that hierarchy under people. You're probably meant to be your own boss. Whatever you're doing between now and then is fine, it's divine, but you're meant to be your own boss. All right. Or at least leading whatever you're doing. All right. We are going to move on to Capricorn. Then after Capricorn, we have Scorpio, then Pisces, and then Leo. I have already done Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Virgo, and Libra. Times down for Capricorn. 222. Did I just read them? Okay. All right, Cappy, here we go. Spirit, please. What is going on for Capricorn? Yep. All right, Spirit, let's bring it. What is the blessing for Capricorn? What do they have to be grateful for that they may or may not realize? What is the blessing? No way. So Taurus just literally had this little special bonus read at the beginning. Two of those cards are the same. One is different, and it's the Star card, and it's seeing the blessings behind the bullshit. Like, it might look crazy now, but if you can see past the crazy, like, there's really a lot of blessings there. If you can allow yourself to see past the chaos that's in your head and remind yourself that the divine is your guardian angel up there. That's exactly what this is, right? The guardian angel behind the swarm coming out of Pandora's box. This is about this Saturn energy, the Aquarian energy that is tied to Saturn, and the healing of things through craziness. Like, we heal through some crazy shit. No joke. And I feel like you are putting up healthy boundaries because you see now. You're seeing that the divine has always been there with you, and you were just on a different wavelength. You were just on a different perception at the time. And I think now you are highly spiritually evolved. And I think that Capricorn, you might actually be developing a bit of magical intimidation. Don't be surprised if certain people that used to be like super easy talking to you or whatever, like they'd come up and talk to you and approach you and have like these really light conversations or something. Like, don't be surprised if people stop having such lighthearted conversations with you because they sense something deeper in you, and they might not actually like that you're reading them on a spiritual level, and they might not realize that that's what you're doing, but they could sense it, and they don't necessarily like that you're seeing through them. Just don't be surprised if certain people that used to be around often start to create some kind of special unspoken distance just because you're evolving away from their energy. Okay. What is going on? What is the blessing for Capricorn, please? The Hanged One. Balance in all things. I feel, as I pull the what the fuck moment card, what I feel about your blessing. I feel like right now, oh, I love this. Look at that Temperance card. Love that. This is 12th house work. It specifically says 12th house work, hidden duality, right? Divine conversations on the card. You know, there is only one God, source, spirit, one divine, and the mirror. What do you see? There is only one God and the mirrors. What do you see? You might have someone floating around being a hidden blessing to help enlighten you to your unconscious self-deceptive tendencies. I feel like you're working out the kinks. Spirit's giving me the visual of like a wrinkly piece of fabric and then like the divine coming over it as an iron and just ironing out the wrinkles, and it's nice and smooth. I feel like you have a person floating around your energy still on their way out, because if you look at this card, there's a snake down here in the corner and it's on their way out. Their head is actually off the side of the card. It's just their tail. So you see they're slithering away, right? And you're holding balance within yourself, right side up inside the unconscious realm, right? The nighttime space. So I feel like you are maintaining balance inside your own psyche, and you have a drifter who is on their way out. And I feel like it's solidifying for you that there is balance in all things, that there are two sides to who you are at the very least, and that they do have, they both exist for a reason. You know, you might be the kind, loving person and also the I will fucking protect myself person. You know, you can be the I love you, what do you need person, and the absolutely not, you're gonna have to figure out another way person. You know, you could be both. And I feel like you are psychologically coming into balance there, understanding that it's important for you to be both. And I feel with the Temperance energy, which is essentially the youth of Sophia, where she was curious in her wisdom and mixing and realizing that when you mix yang and you mix yin, when you will for them to come together, you realize that you are the way, the truth, and the life. You and the divine are not separate. And that, you know, these quote unquote good sides and evil sides is not real. There is no such thing as your villain era, or, you know, your princess era, or your hero era. It's like they're all the same. And you can beat all of them at once and use them accordingly. Like, you know how to be the hero, you know how to be the princess, and you know how to be the villain. And you are very crystal clear on the fact that they are all required. They're all spirit. It's all the way. It's all the truth. It's all life. And you're not necessarily standing in your own way anymore. I feel like, especially with the energy of her wings, those like reddish, orangish, yellow, light highlighted wings, it's like you're coming into your safe, creative space, your courage, and really allowing that energy of your lower chakras to really vibrate and empower you and essentially give you wings in your manifestation. You know, it's interesting because, you know, Sophia gets a lot of shit, right? She was the last Aeon to come into being, and the one to quote unquote wreak havoc and birth Yaldabaoth. And Yaldabaoth is a tyrant god who is not really the only god, but he thinks he is, you know. And Sophia, the reason why she decided to create this on her own without her divine partner was because she wanted to better understand spirit. The only way that you can truly better understand spirit is when you act alone. Think about it. The other people or aeons, right, in her experience were reflections of her outer world, a disconnected from spirit outer world, who was content not knowing what spirit was. She could not manifest with them. She could not do as she was divinely guided as the aeon of wisdom. She had to get creative on her own. They were not on the same vibration as her. And people say, oh, well, she was the last one created, so she's the farthest from God. That's why she did this, because she was the farthest from God. But life is not a straight line, it's a circle. So if she was the farthest from God, she was also the closest to God, if not God itself. A manifestation of God, as God lowered its vibration to better understand itself on different layers. She realized that she was the only God there is. The only God to create. So that's what she did. That's why Yaldabaoth had the same idea. The beginning of the new end. And the cycles repeat. This is young Sophia. Empowering herself, despite the fact that everybody in her experience would tell her not to do that. That's chaos. Well, sometimes God is order and sometimes God is chaos. They're both required. They're both required. This is the blessing that you're in. This spiritual space where you are holding balance within yourself, all your different facets. The snakes are on their way out, and you are realizing that you are a very powerful creator. A very powerful creator. I think the epiphany is more of the what the fuck moment than anything that would be otherwise not enjoyable. We have the Chariot on the bottom. It literally says, give the word and I'll make a move. The divine works at your will, just like it did Sophia's. If Sophia was really breaking divine rules, they wouldn't have been able to be broken. She didn't do anything wrong. She did as she was divinely guided. Give the word, right? And Spirit will make it happen. Let's get some insight into this Hanged One, what this energy is. I love you too, Victoria. I love you too. You're most welcome. Have a great night. All right. Insight, please. All right, sounds good, Vic. I'll do that. I love you, sweet dreams. All right, Cap. We got Temperance and we have the Nine of Cups. With the Knight of Pentacles and the Seven of Swords. It's taken you quite a while to find this Temperance energy with yourself. We got it out twice now. Okay. It took you a while to get to the space of alchemy where you're realizing you are the creator and you can choose what you want and you don't need anybody's permission to choose what is in the highest good. Nobody else has to agree. In fact, everybody else can hate you for it, vilify you for it, label you certain things for it. But at the end of the day, you're doing what you're doing because it is the most solid decision that you can make. The thing about the Knight of Pentacles is when it chooses a direction, it's solid because it considered all else. It considered the risk. It decided what was and wasn't worth the effort, what was or wasn't worth the risk. It takes its time. It's cautious. And I feel that you have finally gotten to this place where the Nine of Cups, it's actually giving me this vibe. It's giving me like a genie vibe. It's giving me genie vibe. Like, even the way his arms are crossed with his, you know, he's sitting there on the bench, but his legs are apart, and it's almost like, you know, how you picture genies when they come out of the bottle and their arms are crossed and are like, name your wish, you know, like, what is your first wish, and all this stuff. It has that kind of, energy about him. And I feel like you have wished for things and got it, but it was almost like you were deceived, or that your wish was intentionally turned into divine comedy or drama. You know, like, you got your wish, but you weren't so specific, and so certain details shook out the way that they did. It's like praying that you hit the lottery, but you're not talking about the jackpot, and then you play the lottery and you only win, you know, your $2 or your $4 back. And Spirit's like, well, why aren't you happy? You prayed to hit the lottery and you did. You won $4. You know? And it's like you've had this realization that you have wished for things and got it, but not necessarily in the way that you thought. You know? I feel like having things not necessarily work out the way that you wished for, because, like, you did wish for things And I feel like your wish was granted. It's just you're not seeing how it was granted yet. The divine is not depriving you of answering your wishes. I do feel like it wants you to get specific from a very internally balanced, right? Psychologically, spiritually balanced place. It's almost like it's almost like knowing your power, your manifestation power, and someone trying to convince you that this is the wish that you really want. And it's like you're wasting your wishes on them. Like the genie only gives you 3 wishes. And if you wish them all for the better of someone else, well, then they essentially stole your wishes. You used all your wishes for them. If they picked up the genie lamp and rubbed it, they'd get 3 more wishes. Would they really wish all of their wishes for you? Probably not. They had no problem taking your wishes for themselves. Of course, they'll keep their own wishes for themselves. It's like, I feel like you have finally gotten to a place where you wish things for yourself and are not willing to have your wishes for yourself stolen by someone else. Your wishes, your dreams are not allowed to be stolen by someone else. Stolen away by someone, you know. What is more clarity on our Temperance card? Our what the fuck moment? Give us more clarity into that, please. But yeah, I feel like gratitude-wise, I think you should be really grateful for just how fucking strong you are on the inside. Because it might not have always been that way. You might have absolutely given up your wish and the life that you wanted for the wish of other people and the life that you wished for them to have or wanted them to have. And you're not doing that anymore. You're not sacrificing yourself like that anymore. We got the 9 of Coins with the King of Swords. The Magician. Maybe at least one more. Knight of Cups. And we also had the 3 of Cups, the Queen of Cups, and the Wheel of Fortune literally stick to my hand. They all came out clumped together as I tried to put the deck up. So I feel like there was a third-party person in your environment that is still very emotionally attached to you. They have emotional attachments to you. It's not necessarily that they, you know, love you a lot or care about you a lot, even though they very well might. It's just they have really strong emotions tied to you as a person, right? There's a lot of emotional ties there between you and whoever they are. And I think that them holding on to those emotions is what's actually going to propel them forward, because they can't necessarily let it go. And it's going to work in their favor. Spirit said it might look worse before it gets better, but that's what happens with any renovation. Spirit said that's what happens with any renovation. It always looks worse before it looks better. It's the truth. You take a house that needs work and then you tear it down to the bare bones and gut the place. It looks fucking crazy. It looks worse before it gets better. But it's the truth. As far as your WTF moment, I feel like you're manifesting from a very sovereign place with the Magician under the 9 of Coin. And I do feel like this sovereignty is new for you because of the 9 of Coin. I feel like you are on your Empress path, your highest receiving. I feel like you're getting there in a very logical way, but with your heart intact. You still care. You might be very analytical, calculating, taking things at face value. Yes, you see potential in others. You also see the reality of others and how the potential and the reality conflict. It's not that you don't care. You care a whole lot, which is why you stick to the higher truth that you are aware of, that you are multifaceted and can be multiple things simultaneously. You don't have to live out eras. You're all of them at once. You match people's energy. You match people's energy. I think if someone comes at you with beautiful energy, you'll give them beautiful energy. And if someone comes at you with some bullshit energy, you're going to respond with bullshit energy. Like, I'm sorry. That's not the energy that I want to participate in or experience. So I'm going to give you a response that you're not going to like. Like, sorry. Yeah. Capricorn, I think your heart and your head are in the right place. Definitely in the right place. And like I said, whoever the outside energy is, you being in whatever facet you need to be in, because your matching energy is highly divine, and it is going to propel those third-party energies into their self-ownership, that their fate would change because they have self-accepted and self-owned. Right. Capricorn, I hope that helps. Move on to Scorpio, then Aquarius, then Leo, then Sag, then Ophiuchus, and then Pisces. I have already done the rest. Okay. Scorpio. Timestamp. Scorpio. Scorpionic energy. The house that Scorpio rules for you. Spirit, what is the blessing? What do they have to be grateful for that they don't necessarily see? That they may or may not see. Ooh, we got the Fool. This is the Loki or trickster energy of the Fool. The Jester. And what is the WTF moment? The World. Oh, that's some Alpha Omega stuff right there. And this is Yggdrasil, right? This is the World Tree. As far as the blessing goes, I want you to do a visualization for me. Okay? Get comfy. Close your eyes for a second. This will be quick. I want you to imagine that you are the radiant sun itself, and you are looking out at all of the cosmos. You see the little planets orbiting around you. You see the comets coming in and flying around your perimeter. Like, you see everything. And you are the center of everything. Your gravity is incredible, right? Your gravity is incredible. And I want you to visually see everything and anything that you need, that you want, just being drawn right into you. I want you to see it just magnetizing towards you. That you would pull it in and be able to grow with it, empower yourself with it. That you could see the planets around you as your allies, reflecting the different facets of your light back to you against a black, pitch black nothingness. These energies, these people around you are the ones reflecting your light back to you, your best qualities. And anything you need is just being drawn in. Anything you don't need is being slingshot right back out. Or just completely fucking consumed. I want you to really sit inside that power. Because that's the blessing of this card. You are chaos and order. The Fool it has Mercury juggling in one hand with Venus in the other. All of the inner planets, right? They're there. Uranus, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, Pluto, they're all there. The galactic center is there. Everything exists for your empowerment. And you exist because of the greatest good of the whole empowerment. The one, right? The empowerment and the healing of the one. I think you have a lot of internal power to be grateful for. As far as what the fuck, we've definitely got an old chapter ending. I don't know how keen you are on Norse mythology and Viking myths and legends and all of that stuff, but Yggdrasil and the story about the different realms is pretty cool. And I think that being the, you know, the world card being Yggdrasil and this Fool card being the Loki energy, I think it's very fitting. Odin, Loki, Thor might be one of your guardians, Freya, right? Everything has its place. And I think what you're realizing is you decide the order. You decide, like, your own inner chaos, quote unquote chaos, unpredictability, free will, being linked with divine will. It's chaotic for everybody else, but it creates order. And I think that's what you're realizing, is that you create the order. Your chaos creates the order. Everything else bends around your gravity. Everything else bends around your gravity. Your power is at the center of everything. Give us some more insight, please, Spirit, on the Fool. What does this blessing look like? With the Knight of Cups and the Ace of Swords, with the Eight of Cups and Judgment. Yeah. Okay. So, Hierophant's on the bottom. Blessing in your belief system. The blessing is straight up your belief system. Your belief system is so strong and supportive of your highest good. The Knight of Cups with the Ace of Swords. I feel like the truth, the loving truth, when people choose to look at it from that lens, right? Because people can look at the victim mentality lens, but they can also look at and through the gratitude lens, right? The eyes of spirit and the truth that is the only real truth, right? Capital T truth, divine truth, higher truth. I think that you walk away with compassion and love in your heart. I don't think there's a malicious bone in your body. But if you need the truth to call judgment on somebody, then you will. You know, like, you're not going out of your way to make people feel small. You're not going out of your way for people and having them confuse kindness for need. I don't think you want people to need you. Because if they're needy and they need you, they will always be needy and need you. There's a difference between someone being needy and someone needing help. I think you allow the truth to speak for itself. Like, you care and you love, but you'll walk when you need to walk. And the truth will be exactly what it is. And this might not necessarily be involving another person. This might be with your old belief system. Like, if you have to love your old belief systems and walk away, you know, like, I appreciate this belief system. It got me a really, you know, long way in my journey. It worked well for me. It's just not working anymore. Like, I love that belief system, but it's no longer the truth that I hold in my spirit. I am in control. I'm not out of control. I think that's the biggest blessing, that your belief system shifted to the knight in shining armor that kind of has to walk away sometimes to the truth sets you free. The truth resurrects the self. The truth is the highest form of love there is. Clarity on this world card, please. Knight of Wands, Queen of Pentacles, King of Wands, Five of Cups, Hierophant, and the Nine of Coin. Bottom of the deck is the Emperor. Underlying energy, you're going to have to remember your power. The what the fuck moment. It's like you have something or someone coming in so fast, right? That Knight of Wands is fast moving. They have a certain vision inside their mind, and they're sad, right? They're sad. You might be a third party energy to them, whether they realize that or not. And I think you know very clearly that they are a third party person for you, okay? But they come in with this idea of what they want that's quite selfish and self-centered. And they have this sad, almost an I miss you kind of vibe. But you're manifesting and holding true to your belief systems, and you're like, hold up, sovereign. Hold up. Hey. Oh, what is that song? Oh, who was that back in the day? My God. Oh, I remember his face, his voice, everything, and I don't remember his name. I don't think he's alive anymore. Who was that? Oh, that's gonna bother me so bad. If I remember, I'll look it up at the end. I don't want to get too far away from the read. Yeah, I think the what the fuck moment you're having is someone's going to come in hot like fire, fast like fire. They're going to be like, I miss you so much. They have a vision. It's selfish as hell. And they're not in consideration of anyone else but their own feelings of sadness and longing. Their own hole, right? They are feeling the hole that you used to fill. They're missing that hole being filled. And that's what they're after. They're after the hole being filled. They're not after your best interest. I think you're clocking it immediately and deciding which realm they belong in. Which realm do they belong in? Do they belong up here where you are? Do they belong a little bit more at a distance? Because their energy is down there, you know? Yeah. Capricorn. Oh, I'm on Scorpio now, am I? Yeah, Scorpio. Did I read for Capricorn a second time? No. Tell me, please tell me that I brain farted. And that I pulled Scorpio when I got these major cards out. Because you might have strong Capricorn inside your chart. Especially with the world here. But Scorpio... I mean, this is definitely your read. I think that you don't give two fucks anymore. I think your emotions come second to reality of people and energy. I feel like you are 100% in control of yourself. I think you are divine discipline through and through with yourself, which causes a lot of chaos for other people. But you are not disturbed. I think what moment you have reached, it's beyond do not disturb. It's can't be disturbed. Right? It's getting into that energy. You're not putting up a sign and saying, don't disturb me. Right? This isn't I'm healing, please don't bother me, please don't take advantage of me while I'm healing, I don't want to slip back into old cycles. Like, nah, it's not do not disturb. It can't be disturbed. Someone can bang on the door all they want. That door is absorbing all of the shock and sound, and you are sleeping like a baby. Or doing whatever you're doing. You know what I mean? You are not disturbed. You cannot be disturbed. Your sovereignty is ruling over everything. So much so that I feel like you have a strict discipline in regard to what it is that you want to receive, and will not choose to receive anything that is not in the vibration that you want to feel. If it stresses you out or makes you feel like you miss your sovereignty, you're out. If someone being in your energy field makes you miss your sovereignty and you want to isolate from them, like, you're out. You're like, nope, like, I'm sorry. Like, I love you, but I gotta move forward. The truth is the truth. The truth is the truth. You're calling a judgment, right, based off high truth. greatest blessing that you can call high truth like that and walk away with love. Like, knowing, and I'm not saying, you know, you're expressing love to somebody. Love has many forms. Love can be telling someone straight up to fuck off. That's not loving. Yes, it is. Some people need to be told to go fuck off. Respectfully, you need to go fuck off. Like now. I'm not interested in playing your games. There are people who will literally distract you into oblivion until you tell them to fuck off. I had this conversation with another sign earlier. Sometimes, yeah, you got to change your phone number, you got to change your emails, you got to change your name, you got to change your address, you got to change everything, your friendship circles, your job. Sometimes you have to leave your whole fucking life behind because some people need to get told to go fuck off that hard. Some people need to be told to fuck off that hard. That is the best way for you to love them, because the way they treat people is unacceptable. That is why you are getting as far away from them as possible. You're trying to disappear. Because they need to be told to fuck off that hard. That's the best way you can love them. They need to find a place that they hit where they go find fucking a therapist. They need to go seek out therapy. You are not their therapist. You are not their wallet. You are not their anything that you don't want to be. And they can't make you. They can't make you. That's some power right there. People come in and they're like crying a river. You know, they miss Scorpio so much. They miss all the good things about Scorpio. They miss the good times. But you don't miss them. You didn't have the same good times with them. You might have enjoyed some of them. You might have some fond memories. But on the whole, the truth is the truth. Like, you make judgment calls now. Like, if you're weighing pros, cons, and you decide that someone is not worth it, and you need to move forward, that's exactly what you're doing. Like, you're not going to disturb my peace. I believe in my sovereignty and my peace. And I deserve to receive what I want to receive in this life, physically manifest. The Queen of Pentacles, I deserve to receive the physical manifestation that I want. Good for you. Good for you, Scorpio. You know, like, people might not always like it, and they might miss the version of you that they got to take advantage of. Oh, well, they shouldn't have fucking took advantage of it then. You know, like, them's the breaks. The truth is the truth. They still took advantage of it, and that is what it is. If someone broke trust with you, they broke trust with you. It is what it is. The judgment call has been made. You know, that's why you got to be consciously aware of the choices that you're making, because you can't undo them. Can't undo them. Like, people choose to cheat. It doesn't happen by accident. People make the conscious choice to not give a fuck about someone else's feelings. They make the conscious choice not to address it like an adult and have the conversation that they need to have, and they cheat and they try and poo-poo around things, and it's like, oh, I made a mistake. It's like, no, you didn't make a mistake. You made a conscious choice. You didn't make a mistake. You made a conscious choice that you now regret. And that's not Scorpio's problem. Scorpio is like, once I call judgment on something, like, that's it. Like, my word's final. I'm the sun in the center of the solar system, drawing in exactly what I want and letting everything I don't want fly right back out. Don't come back. You know? I feel too, Scorpio, that you might really enjoy linking into some of your Nordic ancestors. If you have Nordic guides and guardians, just give them a quick thank you, because they've been looking out. Like sometimes we make sacrifices, and the sacrifice we make opens us up to a whole new blessing that was worth whatever we had to let go of to get it. Sometimes, more often than not, it's our pain. It's the pain that we have to let go of, right? The fear. Look at the bottom of the deck. The fear. When our inner child asks us to have faith. Welcome back. Our inner child asks us to have faith. Our inner child in the mirror, who is protected by the angels, protected by the divine, is reminding us, you know, that we're wearing this fear on our backs and we have faith in our hearts. And sometimes we have to do things and choose things that other people don't like. It says, to be truly free, you must accept that which needs to be done without judging yourself. Save yourself in faith. That is your card, Scorp. Yeah. To be truly free, you must accept that which needs to be done without judging yourself. You're not a bad person for denying the looming expectations that other people put on you. They expect you to be a certain way. Sabotage yourself in a certain way for them. Live in fear. And that is just not who you are. And that's not who you're meant to be. You know it, and they'll find out. They'll find out. Oh, they'll find out. I'm going to end up watching this replay back later. If I totally ended up reading Capricorn twice and never ended up saying Scorpionic energy, then I will end up going live at some point tomorrow just to do Scorpio. Do it over. But that is most definitely Scorpio's reading. Scorpio's message. All right. Now we are moving on to Aquarius. Timestamp for Aqua. Thank God I'm doing Leo next, because I have tried to write like 3 different signs timestamps in Leo's slot. Leo's next. All right. Aquarius. Spirit, please. What does Aquarius have to be grateful for, whether they realize it or not? What blessing do they have to be grateful for, whether they realize it or not? What is the blessing for Aqua? We've got the Emperor. And what is the what the fuck moment? The Devil. Okay. Here's the thing, Aqua. Take it how it resonates. We've got masculine energy on the card. It could be a male in your experience. It could be someone else. But This version of the Emperor is probably one of my least favorite cards in the entire deck, just because of the energy vibration that it describes, not the card itself. But this card, you can see we have a military man sitting on the throne behind a desk, right? Aura power. And there's a woman underneath his desk. And on the throne, the camera would never pick it up. It says, "I am fully trained. Now I will train you. Gloria postulat obedientium et dedicationem." It's about obedience. Glory and obedience. And dedication to being obedient, subservient. I feel, Aqua, that you have someone in your experience, if it's not you yourself, who is not faithful and are getting the word kind of hell-bent on power and control. Like this person thinks that they can get whatever they want. They can get whatever they want. They can get other people to do whatever they want. They've got that aura power. If they want to turn someone off, they could turn someone off. If they want to turn someone on, they can turn someone on. If they want to use someone for something, they can use someone for something. If they want someone to get dealt the shittiest hand ever, they can deal the shittiest hand ever and make someone's life miserable. Like, this person farms power off aura. Self-serving. Might even be someone who does get really hung up on rank and title and the power that ranks and titles hold. Someone who prefers to have labels of power. This could be someone who likes the title or the label of husband because it gives them a certain aura, power that they can use to get what they want. But they don't necessarily act like a good partner. You know, they don't necessarily act like a good husband or wife, right? They want the label of husband or wife, but they don't necessarily want to act that way. They just want the power that comes along with the title. This isn't someone who is like necessarily good at being a manager, but they'll take the manager role because they want it and they get it with their aura, right? This air of power, but just because they can get the position doesn't mean they're good at it. Doesn't mean they're the best suited. This is definitely a card of infidelity. So you know what, Aqua, if you're catching this, just be aware of it, because this is a blessing. This is in the blessing category. So if someone is being unfaithful to you or using title or rank to get their way with you, like, it is a blessing in disguise. It's a blessing. You don't realize how yet, but it is. The what the fuck moment is the devil card. It's all beasts deserve cages. This version of the devil card is the beautiful light and or angelic side of the devil. All beasts deserve cages. This is about hypocrisy, sociopathy, negligence, cowardice, sentencing, forsaken. It's about sin. It's about ignorance. It's punishment and obligation, drudgery and consequence, karma and density, restriction, imprisonment, and order. Those are all the different words rippling off on the card. And if you see, you look closely, there is a man and woman in the cage, and the devil has his foot on each side. He's making sure they're trapped in there. Here's the thing. Two assholes will find each other. Two terrible people will find each other. If your partner cheats on you, wants to leave you for somebody else, oh my God, let them have each other. Because this is what comes of it. The devil traps them with each other. They have no choice but to stay in their cage because they abused their power. They abused their freedom. So the universe gives them someone worth their shadow, worth their bullshit. Someone who is also farming for power, looking for title, looking for rank, looking to be the best, looking to be in control. They're going to find someone just like them. And they deserve to be trapped with each other. They do. And if you want to be the asshole that doesn't leave this person because of title or rank or power or whatever, then you deserve to be trapped with them too. Then you deserve the cage you chose for yourself. Beasts deserve cages. Someone has you trained to think that you're wrong or you're crazy. I'm telling you, snap out of it real quick or you're going to end up right here, because this is going to be the what the fuck moment if you hold on to whatever this energy is, whoever this energy is. I can't help it. This person is a fucking bastard. I can't shake that feeling. What a piece of shit. That's the energy. That is some fucking shit energy. There's some way that you're involved with this person. You have titles or whatever linked to this person, connected to this person, and they are using the fact that they have that title with you to attract what they want in other people, from other people. Like, there is always that single fucking hoe that will open herself up to be with some dude who's married and has kids. There will always be that fucking hoe who does that shit. I feel like if this is like a partner, like husband, wife, like someone is using the fact that they're married to have their cake and eat it too. They're playing aura and power. Aura and power games. Whoever this fucking hoe is after this person, they're energy vampires. They deserve each other. Let's get some insight, please. Let's get a little deeper into what and who this energy is. Clarity. Clarities on the Emperor, please. Clarities on the blessing for Aqua. 5 of Cups. Page of Wands. 3 of Cups. And the 4 of Coin. You're going to have to really hold on to your reinvention of self. The blessing. For some of you Aquas or cross watchers, right? I feel as if they are crying over spilled milk. Someone is crying over spilled milk and a third party was definitely involved. Aqua, someone's cheating. Someone's cheating. Aqua. And maybe you're trying to hold on to the beginning, right? Maybe you're trying to hold on to when it was fresh and young and clean and untainted. Maybe you're trying to hold on to that. But someone tainted it. Someone tainted it. It's not young and fresh, and what you're holding on to isn't the same. It's damaged. It's broken. I think you're holding out hoping that this person's going to transform when really Spirit's hoping that you will. I think the blessing in this, whoever was living for their own selfish desires, their own power, whoever was living for that, I mean, they're going to get really humbled regardless. I think the real question is whether or not you want to get humbled with them. Let's pull some additional cards for Aqua. This is my doodle deck. Give me further clarity on this energy, please. This is a serious situation, right? I'm calling it. Like, there's definitely someone who is, was, or is again unfaithful. Once a cheater, always a cheater. Here we got the snowman in the reverse. With the keyhole in the reverse. Bitterness, self-discouraging words or actions, belief that healing is a lie, love doesn't exist, self-deception, thawing of the self, seeing someone for who they are, enjoying it while it lasts, understanding the purpose of the mirror. Yeah, I feel like this person is bitter, whether they talk about that or not. I think that they do have negative self-talk inside their head. I think they believe that healing is a lie. So if you are particularly drawn to healing and modalities and holistic modalities and things like that, you're into tarot or astrology or Reiki or tapping or whatever, you know, like you believe in healing. This person does not. On the inside, whether they express it to you outright or not, they believe that healing is a lie, and they don't think that love really exists. They're deceiving themselves. They have some serious wounds. They have some serious wounds. And if they served in the military, it probably comes from there. This is something that was programmed into someone. Whether, you know, and if it's not the military, it was through a very severe, harsh, dictator type energy. They don't believe that love is actually real. Even if they tell you that they love you, you know, like, they don't actually believe that love exists. I think they care about you deeply, but not enough to consider your fucking feelings. Obviously, someone is or was unfaithful. I keep hearing it. Unfaithful again. Listen. Someone has gotten cheated on and tried to move forward with it, tried to heal from it, and their partner who did the cheating didn't actually heal. I feel like they're doing it again. And now you're thawing the self and seeing someone for who they really are. Enjoy them while they last. You know, you got to understand the purpose of this mirror. That's fucking brutal. Shit, I'm sorry, Aqua. Like, if anybody's gonna tell you the fucking truth, like, I gotta do it. Like, that's what I'm seeing. I can't even spin it another way. Like, Spirit's being adamant with me. Like, no. Yeah, the Magician in the reverse. You have someone manipulating you and gaslighting you. Aqua, you're literally internally battling with yourself because you're not dumb. You see it. You see signs. You see signs. You see little red flags and little slips, like you're seeing it. The Moon in the reverse and the Seven of Cups in the reverse. You're at war with yourself because you don't feel like you have any other options. But the truth is, you know that this person is manipulating you and gaslighting you. You know they're keeping a secret. They haven't told you the secret, but you know it's there. You know that they're gaslighting you and they're hiding something. Hierophant is on the bottom. Might be someone you're married to. Straight up. Ugh. Aqua. They're not faithful. They're not faithful. Right now, they're not faithful. If you know, you know, because you're also in denial. And you don't want to be in denial. You want to accept the truth for what it is. And I'm so sorry because I know that makes you want to cry because this is real. Like, Spirit's not letting me ignore this. Because Spirit doesn't want you to ignore this. You do have options. You're battling with yourself, telling you that you don't have any when you do. You do. You know the truth, and you might be gaslighting yourself, which is why you will end up right here with them inside the cage. Beasts deserve cages. If your demons are your inner beasts and you cannot control them, the divine will put you in a cage and trap you with this person. You will be NPCs in the world dealing with your toxic bullshit bubble while the rest of the world continues to grow, evolve, accept challenges, etc., etc. You will disappear into the background. You will take yourself off the board. If you think this person is being loyal to you and that they are not extra wonderful and extra great because they're fucking hiding something, if you are gaslighting yourself because your reality is too good to be true, I'm telling you right now, it is. This person's not faithful. And you know it, and you're gaslighting yourself. Don't say I did not fucking tell you. Don't think the divine doesn't care and just let you suffer with this person. The divine is telling you this person is cheating. Choose accordingly. Make your highest good choices accordingly. They're going in the cage no matter what. It just depends whether or not you're going to go in there with them, which would be super sad, but no one's going to choose for you, Aqua. Self-accountability. All right, we're going to get into Leo. Then Sag, then Ophiuchus, and then Pisces. All right. Timestamp for Leo. Leo, here we go. Spirit, please, for Leo and Leo energy. Spirit, please. What is the blessing? What do they have to have gratitude for that they may or may not be seeing? What do they have to be grateful for that they may or may not be seeing? Ooh, we got the moon. This is 𝐃𝐽𝐸𝐵's version of the card. And there's a song. No, that's a different moon card. This one says you have the key. You know which door to choose. You have the key. You went deep for it. You know the way. This is talking about your Chiron wound. This is the deep subconscious of the 12th house, where you have effectively faced and healed a Chiron wound, and now you have the key to open the door, your highest path door. You know, there's multiple paths that you can take, but you have the way to get into your highest path, the one you're meant to go towards. You have a choice to make, because 𝐃𝐽𝐸 is the goddess of the crossroads. You went deep for this. You know what to do. You know what to do. What's the what the moment, please, Spirit? What's the what the fuck energy? The World, Saturn's gift. I think Taurus was the one that got this as well. And there may have been another one, to be completely fair. Leo. The blessing is definitely that you've healed something and can now move forward from it. You've healed something deep in your psychology and your spirit. You've done some serious soul healing. You've made great progress. And now you have the chance to walk in through a new door. And this is Saturn's gift. This is when Saturn's karma is used to its full power and benefit, where the lesson is learned. The book that she read, which is, you know, in the Akashic Library, that's where she is. She's in the Akashic Library of all of the books of lifetimes, right? Lifetimes already lived, lifetimes yet to be lived, right? Current lifetimes. You were reading the book, Old You Knew You, Won You To You. And now you're done the book. You're essentially living a new life inside your lifetime. Because this has healed, this deep Chiron healing in the 12th house, right? 12th house healing. Because you've done such deep mirror work in this lifetime, you've completed the Saturn mission that you were here to achieve. This is like the main mission, you know, the main quest in a video game. You've completed the main plot, the main story. You've completed it. And now you have the opportunity to walk into a whole new life while still being alive in this lifetime. You know, you're not dealing with the death reset and the spiritual amnesia. It's like going through a complete death while still being able to keep your body, keep your memories, keep your healing, and living a whole different life. It's the equivalent of going from 40 years of living in poverty to the next 40 years living in financial stability and abundance and excess. It's the equivalent of not knowing when you're going to eat your next meal for your whole fucking life, and then all of a sudden you're living in a world where you don't have to worry about food ever again. And not only are you not worrying about food anymore, you're actually living it up and eating fine foods and going out to nice restaurants, and you know, you're able to buy what you want at the supermarket and not just what's cheapest and affordable. You can buy what you want. You know, you've healed something so major, you've healed something so deeply that that book is closed now. You have reached the happily ever after of the main mission. You got exactly where you needed to be with it. And Spirit's like, great. And you still have plenty of years left inside this lifetime to live an experience. Let's give you something great. Let's give you something different. You don't have to repeat the same wounded cycle anymore. You know? That Chiron energy. Let's get some more insight into that. For Leo, please. Insight for Leo into the blessing, what they have to have gratitude for. Got the Wheel of Fortune, the Five of Swords, the Hermit, and one more, and the Eight of Swords. I think the biggest thing with this healing, right, you have the key, you went deep for it. You had to learn when to walk away. You had to learn, better way of putting it, when to let other people walk away. Instead of trying to keep people around, right? People that would go head to head with you and make you defend yourself. People who would leave you feeling trapped inside your head. I think that you have gained quite a bit of healing, that you've had some time to look within. Especially if circumstances have changed or are going to change. I feel like if you have gone through a period of time where people were constantly walking away from you because you wouldn't bend to them, if you were having a hard time, trapped inside your head, if you did or didn't do the right thing, like what if you just, you know, let them be right when they were wrong? You know, maybe they'd still be around, but you know, you drew a hard line in the sand. People walk away because they don't want to rise to the challenge of the healing. I think you took the healing challenge personal. Like someone challenged you personally to heal. And I think that you did. To the point that you're not in your head anymore. Wondering if you were wrong. I think you either know definitively that you were right when you were right, and that you can, at the very least in hindsight, admit to yourself that on occasion in the past, there were times when you were wrong. Maybe you were right at the time with the information you had, but what hindsight has brought you maybe is the awareness of something different. I think the blessing of it all, the healing process, right? The changes of fate, where you may have lived both sides of a mirror. right? Maybe in one relationship you were the empath, in another relationship you were the narcissist. Maybe you went back to being an empath and back to being a narcissist, right? There was some kind of healing in the switching. And I think that people walking away, people that have walked away where you realize that maybe you were wrong in hindsight, there's a certain amount of self-forgiveness that you have to have because you had an abandonment wound. You know, when we're talking about this version of the moon with 𝐃𝐽𝐽, the key, right, that you get, the key is always symbolic and associated with Chiron. Its symbol, right, its astronomical symbol is literally a key. I think you took yourself to through some pretty dynamic doors. And now that you've had a taste of both, right, the torch that lights the way and the serpent or the snake, I think you've had both. You've been down paths with serpent people, right, the venom, the hard medicine. And you've been down the path with people who light the way, right, people who hold the torch and light the way for others. You've been with way showers. And you've been with snakes. And now that you have this experience of both, you're walking through a more authentic door. A higher door. You don't need to be shown the way anymore, and you don't need to have someone bite you in the fucking ass to wake you up and realize what you're doing is painful. That's the blessing. Sometimes you've had to walk away, sometimes other people have had to walk away, but that whole process and that reflection, you know, is what really helped you get here. But don't get me wrong, you're still at a crossroads. Like, you haven't definitively chosen your highest good path yet. You are presented with all three. You can go back towards the way showers, you can go back into or deeper into the snakes, or you can walk an authentic path, right? You're realizing that maybe neither of those other doors is the door for you. Moving forward. Insight into the what the fuck moment, please, with Saturn's gift and the World card. We have the Nine of Pentacles, the Queen of Wands, the Eight of Cups, and the World. World on world. All right. So here's the thing, Leo. You may seriously need to move forward being sovereign. The Eight of Cups, it's unfortunate that the last door you chose was unfulfilling. But it did help you find some version of you that is closer to your sovereign self that hasn't yet fully emerged from... It hasn't come out the oven, right? You're not done baking it yet. It's still baking, this new version of you. I think you're still in the oven and potentially walking away from the oven. We have a Queen of Wands with the World card. You might be potentially shutting the door on someone who has a very selfish vision about what they desire. The Queen of Wands contains a lot of like physical attraction, a lot of chemistry, a lot of passion. She's fiery. She can have a bit of a temper. But I feel like you're closing the door on that. I think that you have had it with whatever this is. I don't know if you ever thought you would want to close the door on whatever this is. There might have been a part of you that was okay with the argument forever. You would have argued at one point with this person forever, just because there was such an attraction to them. So you argue, so what? The attraction was too strong. You would never leave it, right? And yet here you are, tired of the argument and not sure what to do because you're not used to walking away. Your pride might keep you in relationships, certain dynamic ships, past their expiration because, you know, Leo invests. And they don't like taking losses. So they're inclined to double down or triple down. And or refuse to surrender to the truth of the reality altogether. I think there was a point where, Leo, you may have legit could have argued with someone until the end of time. At least that's where you thought you were, and it's not where you are anymore. Justice on the bottom. You might have strong Libra in your chart, or strong Virgo, a strong Jupiter placement, or a strong or significant Saturn placement. You might even have Pisces or Capricorn in your chart. You may have a Grand Cross in your chart. Be mindful of where your Chiron placement is. You might want to look and see what sign Chiron's in and watch that sign. That might give you a little more insight into what you've already mastered and what you're moving out of. All right, Kristen, I love you. Good night. Okay. We are going to move on to Saggy. Saggy, then Ophiuchus, and then Pisces. Okay. Timestamp. All right, Saggy. Spirit, please, what is the blessing for Sag? What do they have to be grateful for that they may or may not be seeing? Interesting. And what is the what the fuck moment? Love that. Okay. So we have the Tower, one of them on the bottom. The Blessing. We have the Dark Magician and Temperance. All right. The Blessing. You hardcore healed after your dark mirror. This is when you become aware that there is only one cup. And not only is there only one cup, it fills itself, right? She's standing here. She's got the yin and the yang cup. And they're exchanging energy. And she's of the awareness, she realizes that there is only one cup. And it fills itself. There is not two cups. They are one cup, and it's filling itself. This Temperance energy. You are healing. This Temperance energy is not actually connected to Sagittarius, even though it is Sag's card. This is Ophiuchus. She's literally holding the constellation of Ophiuchus in her hands. Specifically the part that is serpents, right? The serpent. This is fierce as hell, Sag. You have alchemized and recognized that the dark mirror, right, whoever the demonically guided, right, shadow person was in your mirror, you realized that you and them were not separate, and that you and them essentially were both filling up the same cup, which is the greater whole that you are a part of and reflecting of. And you saw them for exactly what they were. And instead of being sucked into the dark magician, you recognized it as a tool in the mirror to help you see yourself, and alchemized. You healed. You recognized that whoever this dark person was a reflection of the things that you hated in yourself. And so you alchemized it. You changed it. You took the lead and turned it into gold. It's further confirmed with this star card. The what the fuck moment. This is your healing. Shedding the skin and leaving it in the dust. Literally like a snake. Just shedding the skin and leaving it in the dust. Healing. You are not the old you anymore. You shed that skin. You shed that skin. Yeah, you're not that person anymore. Let's get some clarity, please, Spirit. Let's get clarity on this blessing for Sag. Insight, please. We have the Queen of Pentacles, Temperance again, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Five of Coins. Four of Cups is on the bottom. Okay, so whoever this, dark magician was that was in your mirror, it's something that you wanted and desired to manifest in your life. It didn't work out, right? The Wheel of Fortune in the reverse. It did not work out the way that you wanted it to. And the reason being is because you were healing an abandonment wound, a poverty wound, right? Lack mindset, victim mindset. You were healing that. And it didn't work out for a reason. That was the blessing. You needed it to help you heal, to help you temper yourself, right? To help you alchemize yourself. You needed it for that reason, but you deserve better than that. This energy was a temporary come-in for your experience because you were healing abandonment and insecurity. Poverty, victim mindset. You were healing some pretty deep things, multiple things. This person was the manifestation that you needed, but it was not the manifestation that you deserved for the rest of your lifetime here. And now, you're looking at the situation, and maybe, said person moved on to someone else or whatever, and, and you've been going through this healing process, right? Alchemizing through the poverty, alchemizing through the wounds, right? Alchemizing through the cold and the isolation, feeling like you have no place, right? This impoverished kind of wandering gypsy energy. And now that you're healing that, you're watching other people who have already successfully completed the manifestation that you wanted, and you haven't necessarily gotten it yet. In fact, you're looking at the reality like, I've been denied it. So what is going on with the what the fuck moment? What's the healing? What's the what the fuck moment? What's the energetic surprise? What do you need to be aware of? We have the Two of Swords, the Ten of Pentacles, ooh, the Nine of Cups, and the Three of Swords with the Four of Coin. All right, Sag. Eight of Wands is on the bottom. I feel like you're getting these pings, right? These pings from Spirit, that Spirit's trying to overflow to you and love you, and quickly at that. Knight of Wands, King of Cups, Two of Cups is under that. Spirit is trying to rush in some major overflow. Okay. Spirit is trying to rush in some major overflow with that Ace of Cups. I think the what the fuck moment. We have the Two of Swords first off with the Nine of Cups. I don't think you genuinely know what you want. I don't think you actually know. Like, you've just shed your skin. You're new in the world. And you don't necessarily know where to go. You don't know where to go. Right? It's comparable to Ariel, right? The Little Mermaid having legs for the first time, like, and you're on the beach, like, where do you go? Where do you go, you know? Like, you've gone through this healing where you've shed the old and now you are the new. What the hell do you do? I think that right now, this is not forever. Spirit's making that clear to me. This is not forever. Not for everyone. But you are aware of the fact that holding on to pain for the quote-unquote cookie-cutter success story. You get married, you get a couple dogs, maybe you have some children, you get a nice house, you have good jobs, you're close to your family, like all of the things. You're a good person. You are so successful. You've achieved the white picket fence cookie cutter dream, right? Congratulations. And it's like, I think you are well aware of the fact right now that there is no such dream that you're having like that. Being locked into a traditional marriage, having children, having the dogs, like being bound to family or the elderly, like that's just not where your spirit is. It causes you pain. It causes you pain when you tie yourself to certain structures, whether it is home life or working career, business, like whatever it is. You holding on to that structure creates a lot of pain for you. So whatever your future holds, whatever your blessing holds, wherever your place is, right? Whatever you actually deserve to receive that is in your highest good, it is not traditional. It is a maverick kind of path. You're like, I don't need all of those things to be happy. In fact, I need anything else besides those things. You know, I need to have freedom. I need to be able to travel. I need to be able to get up and go. I like to be out in nature. I like to have, you know, no neighbors. I like to live in the city. Whatever the fuck. I like having 20 cats. I like having no pets. Like, you got to figure out exactly what you like. What works for you. It is going to be unorthodox. It is not going to be following the grain with everybody else. You're going to create your own version of happiness, and other people, honest to God, will fucking envy you for it. That you had the fucking balls to break the cookie cutter code of success and succeed. You will have everybody who crosses your path questioning their whole life experience. and everything that they were building for. Because they too are often building towards the same cookie cutter version of success and are miserable. And your existence proves that they could choose something different. And that they either will or won't have the fucking balls you got to do it. You are your own free spirit, Sag. And you are not meant to be tied down in traditional anything. Especially not right now. That's not where your happiness is. It's not where your peace is. Some people are happy with monogamy and having one partner. Some people prefer polyamory for different reasons. You know, they don't believe that everything that you need or want in a person is embodied in one individual. You know, they believe that the more people, sometimes the merrier, because you fulfill different needs at different times for each other. You know, there's all different definitions of what happiness could be. We just need to get comfortable accepting that our version for us is perfect. It's perfect for us. And it doesn't really matter what anybody else thinks. It really doesn't. And if people want to get, you know, jealous or envious or whatever, and you'll sense them, and as soon as you sense them, just stay the fuck away from them, because the longer you keep somebody who, you know, gives you that vibe of having a little bit of jealousy around, the longer you keep them in your respective field of connections to people, they're only going to try and sabotage you. They will. They can't. Some people cannot stand that they don't have the balls to step up for themselves, and so they'll try and knock down the people that do, and then say, see, you really should have just stuck to what everybody else is doing. You really should just settle down. You really should just, you know, get married and have kids. Get yourself a dog. Go cut your lawn like everybody else. Go work and clock into your 9 to 5 like everybody else. And Sag is like, no thanks. That might be perfect for you. Congratulations, you have found your perfect life. I'm living mine. All right. Moving on to Ophiuchus. Timestamp for Ophiuchus. Ophiuchian energy. Spirit, please. For those who have Ophiuchian placements, what is the blessing? What is the blessing? What do they have to be grateful for that they may or may not see? Judgment. This is the card of second chances. It says, you can receive only what you are willing to see. Divine gifts must be claimed or lost. Second chances. At some point, our Ophiuchian natives, the universe handed you a gift and you fumbled it. And now you are being blessed with a second chance. You are being blessed with a second chance to receive that gift. What is the what the fuck moment? The High Priestess. I feel that you are actually being intuitively shielded from being able to pick up on the gift. Spirit's giving you a second chance, but you haven't been able to pick up on it for your own protection, because I feel like it's already coming in. And if you knew it, you wouldn't actually catch it. Because this might not necessarily be the same person that you lost coming back. It might be a person who holds the same vibration as them, the same love for you that they had in a different person, right? Same energy, different body. Or it could literally be a second chance with something that was literally lost that was a blessing. And you are getting a chance to reset and getting a do-over, a true divine do-over. I think this is one of those things where you realized what you lost after you lost it, and did the required healing and took all of the steps to legit right any wrong you committed to the best of your ability. And Spirit watched you acknowledge the mistake, watched you take every step possible to right the wrongs that you realized that you committed. And they watched you heal after and forgive yourself. The divine watched you be incredible and said, you know what? We're going to give you a second chance. We're going to give you a whole nother opportunity to receive this gift. You just don't know it's coming. And with Persephone, right, being the high priestess on this card, with Persephone here, it might be abrupt. And you might feel like you don't even know what's going on, only to wake up and realize you are the queen of the underworld and one of the most powerful gods and goddesses that there are. Because you can literally walk between worlds of life and death. You're more powerful now, or are going to be even more powerful, because I feel like not only did you earn the right to have this gift be presented to you a second time, whatever you did to deserve the second chance, I feel like you earned even more than you lost the first time. You earned even more than what you lost the first time. The dragon is dead. There's the dragon, the beast, in the background. It's slayed. And with the slaying of the dragon, the feminine, the masculine, and the inner child are all resurrected per divine order. Ooh, Lovers is on the bottom. The highest one. I love that. This is being in alignment with yourself. This is the masculine and the feminine in their highest light. Reflecting on who they are and making corrections as necessary. And it's a point of habit. It's a way of being. To self-correct and self-acknowledge. To take on that responsibility. And do it because it feels right. You're seeing the mirror. You're seeing the mirror correctly. Let's get some more insight into this. Get some more insight into that blessing, please. What is the second chance that Ophiuchus is getting? What is the second chance? Queen of Cups is on the bottom. I feel like you might have lost someone who really did love you a lot. You might have left a stable job or stable living situation because you were having a hard time with your own inner devil and needed to release it, and you knew it. You left a 10 of Coins situation because you knew that it would never be the 10 of Coins upright if you didn't get rid of your own shadows. Your shadows would have ruined this. And now you analyze pain, right? The King of Swords with the Three of Swords. You really do understand that pain is perspective. Pain requires perspective. The first of being, where does it come from? You look at pain analytically now. When you feel pain, the first thing you ask is why. You're not, what did I do? What could I have done better? Did I mess up? You're like, no, if I'm feeling pain, let's get into why and where it comes from. You want to know the why. Okay, this is the pain that's presented itself. Why? I think you've learned how to address it that way. Because before, I think you were in a lot of pain, were attached to the pain, knew on some level you had to heal that pain, and released whatever the gift was because you knew you had to heal it. And you did. And you did. Let's get some insight into the what the fuck moment. What is the surprise? What is the energetic surprise? Clarify the High Priestess, please, for Ophiuchus. Judgment's out again. Let's get at least one more. We have the Ace of Swords and the Six of Swords. Two of Swords on the bottom. Two of Coins under that. Okay. Ophiuchus. If you've been feeling like you've been trying to manifest something for a long time, right? The Seven of Pentacles is like waiting for the harvest. Like you've done all of this work, all of this planning, all of this maintenance, right? All of this work to get a certain harvest or yield. And now there's nothing else you could do but wait. And I feel like you've been waiting for a while. Something about September. I don't know why September is significant. It just flowed into my head, so we're rolling with it. But I think that and maybe that's why you don't see it. Maybe that's why it's a holy shit, like what the fuck moment. Because you're waiting, waiting, waiting for the manifestation, and all of a sudden it's like spirit goes boom, 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 and the trumpet blows, and the truth is called, right? The judgment's called, the truth is called, and it's moving you forward. And it's gonna hit you, maybe it might completely blindside you. I don't think there's anything wrong, anything bad with what is blindsiding you. I think it's all incredible. I think it was literally wrapped up with a pretty little bow from Spirit for you. I think Spirit took the time to genuinely wrap this gift so beautifully just for you. It's still not telling me where you're going. It's only telling me that you're moving forward. And wherever you're going, it's much more peaceful. And you're not alone. We've got the feminine, the masculine, and the child. 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 We have it 4 times. So either you are not alone, or you literally have your triplicity set. Your masculine, your feminine, and your inner child are all moving forward in unison together. You are whole. And moving forward to some unknown, gorgeous destination. I think you're going to be so pleasantly surprised. I think you're going to be shocked at what the Spirit rolls out for you. Because you've already moved past what was lost. A part of you might wonder if you even deserve to experience it again because you let it go the first time. For good reason, obviously, because not only did you leave it for a specific reason, the reason you left it for was the best reason to leave it, and you mastered the reason why you left. And Spirit's like, I think you deserve more. I think you deserve even more. Spirit's impressed. Ophiuchus, Spirit's impressed. Impressed with you. Really, you have caught the divine's eye in a very special way. All right. And last but not least, Pisces. Timestamp for Pisces. Okay. Spirit, please. For Pisces, Piscean energy, the house that Pisces rules. What is the blessing? What do they have to be grateful for that they may or may not realize? What is the blessing for Pisces? Ooh. We got the moon with death. This is the moon card that I was talking about earlier that has the song on it. This song is by Anya Marina called Satellite Heart. It is a song from Yin the feminine within to yang, a song of the heart to the mind. If your feminine wanted to have a conversation with you, right? If your heart space wanted to have a conversation with your mind, it's that song. Anya Marina, Satellite Heart. It's actually from one of the Twilight soundtracks, I believe. And it comes out with death, and it says, when force fails, we blame God. In reality, we are angry with ourselves for not listening to the voice of God within us. This is the angel Bethesda. This is where we wear our pain on our chest, right? And we wear regret on our sleeve, and our ignorance. We get so angry at God. It says when force fails, we blame God. Like, we tried so hard. We tried to force it to fit, right? We tried to force the relationship, force the job, force the family connection, force the friendship, force whatever. You know, whenever you're forcing something and it doesn't work out, you know, we blame God. Like, we tried so hard, and the reason it failed is because we were not listening to ourselves. It's the voice of God within us. It is all of the red flags that we negated or excused or ignored. We go through this ego death. Should look up the angel Bethesda. Yeah, man. I feel whatever this is, the blessing, like, first off, and if you listen to the song, it relays this message pretty clear. I don't want to tell you the lyrics because I don't want to ruin it. I really feel like you need to listen to the song. Because it's your heart talking to you. Your heart singing to you. You know, when we don't listen to it, it hurts. We feel lost. We feel angry. What is the what the fuck moment for Pisces? The Emperor. Divine order. Oh, Pisces. When I said divine order, I felt divine order. Like, you cannot keep fighting against yourself and not listening to your feminine heart space. I feel like that song, and understanding that song is a song from you to you. I think that's going to blow your mind a little bit. Because I feel like Spirit's intervening. It feels like you're driving yourself to the brink of insanity, is what it feels like. Or you have, and now you're finally aligning. I think you are fully capable of being whole within yourself, right? Because we do have this Lover's card on the bottom. This is alignment. This is inner union. I feel like that's where Spirit is bringing you. I think you're at the beginning of the process, because this is the underlying goal or the underlying issue, right? The crux of the matter. Spirit's trying to get you into alignment with yourself. It's trying to get you, right? Spirit's trying to get you to reflect on yourself and correct yourself. Reflect on choices that you've made and don't make them again if it didn't work out well. You know, like, Spirit is asking you to reflect and correct. Where here, there's no reflection and no correction, and it's just regret and ignorance and pain and anger and, you know, being frustrated. But I think it's because you're doing things with your mind, and your mind hasn't been listening to your heart. And The goal is to get you here. The Emperor in divine sovereignty is when the mind is holding value, right? The feminine is the value. The masculine here in all of his wisdom is holding the feminine, and she is a huge gold coin. The feminine is worth its weight in gold and is worthy of being on the throne with the masculine. The mind, when it chooses an alignment with the heart, when it chooses an alignment with the feminine, and I'm not talking about that, well, I love them. Listen, do you love the way they make you feel? Do you love the way they make you feel? I'm not talking about how you get excited thinking about them. I mean when you're actually in their presence. Are you excited that they walked in the room? Are you happy to hear their phone call? Or see their text? Or are you dreading opening that shit? And forcing yourself to open it, because if you don't, all hell will break loose later. And you'll hear it. I think that you are confusing love with trauma bonding, because love is not painful. Love is not painful. You don't regret love. Okay? Love is not something you regret. Trauma is. Trauma holds those vibrations of pain. That's not love. Love doesn't hurt. You can love a job, but if it is physically deteriorating your physical body, your mental well-being, if your life outside of work is completely disappeared, like you might love the job, but do you love the way it makes you feel? Living for the job, living for the paycheck, and not being able to actually live your life with people that you care about? Do you love that you're always tired, that you're always busy, that you don't have time to respond, that people who love you and care about you are getting fucking ghosted and forgotten about? Like, think about it, you know what I mean? Do you really love it? Or you just love aspects of it, parts of it, not the whole thing? It goes back to like having love or passion, or, you know, feeling attracted to somebody but not being compatible. Doesn't make you or them a bad person. It doesn't even make you or them bad at relationships. It means y'all are not compatible. Trying to force compatibility, we get ourselves in a lot of trouble. We do. And not only do we distract ourselves from our own highest good path, we distract other people from theirs, and that ripples. It ripples as much as you walk in your authentic path. Let's get some insight for Pisces. Let's get some insight into the blessing, please, with the moon and death. What is this blessing that you have to be grateful for? 10 of Swords reversed, 10 of Cups, 9 of Cups reversed, and 5 of Swords. Ten of Pentacles is off the bottom, with the Devil under that. And the 4 of Wands. Okay, Pisces. You may very well have been dealing with a unhealed twin flame counterpart. Someone who reflects your shadows perfectly. And you decided that whatever you were going through, you weren't going to sabotage yourself anymore. This is not what you wanted. right? It's like you thought you wanted it, and then when you got it, you were like, this is not what I thought I wanted. This is not the wish, right? This is not the wish. You have a certain idea of what your dream life is, which means you had to let this person walk away, or you had to walk away from them, because it was nothing but a head-to-head, tete-a-tete battle all the time. It's just fucking arguing. You can even have someone that kind of secretly wants to get sober and they can't because they're under too much stress. Like, they might know that, you know, the drinking or the excess, whatever it is that they're doing, is not healthy for them. But they can't live in the reality that they're in and not fucking drink or escape however they're drinking, or they wouldn't be able to handle it. And that is how you know some shit is fucking toxic as hell. That you would want to get sober and can't. That you would want to get better and can't, because the stress of the situation is so nuts that if you didn't do those things, you would probably become unhinged, lose your mind, go to jail, hurt yourself. Like, you know what I mean? Ugh. I swear, back in the day when I smoked cigarettes, I swear that there are people alive today because I smoke cigarettes. There are people alive today because I smoked cigarettes back then. I feel like the blessing is that you did get out of or away from whatever this is, whether you intended for that to be the way that it was going to go down, or if you were unwilling and it had to go down. Either way, the blessing is that you are not with this person. They are not what you wanted. It's not what you wanted. It was a blessing that y'all two are not together. You've had past lives with them. It's probably why the familiarity is so strong. The attraction is so strong. They've probably helped you in past lives. Work through some hard, difficult things, and they came in this life to help you again. Because the mission was getting you sovereign. Right, we got the Emperor with strength. We're getting into the what the fuck moment. WTF, event, secret surprise. Insight, please. Yep. So, unexpectedly, you're showing up super strong, and you're silencing your ego, which is huge progress from where you were, right? Because the masculine, or the lion, on the strength card was calling all the shots and not listening to your feminine for jack shit. You were all in your head and not listening to how you felt at all. Like, your feelings were completely ignored. Oh, you're in pain, so what? Push through it. Oh, you're unhappy, so what? Push through it. Oh, you feel disrespected, so what? And you push through it. And it's like you're so tired of feeling like shit because you were ignoring yourself. You were ignoring the way you felt hardcore. You feel taken advantage of, you're ignoring it. You feel like someone is condescending to you and disrespecting you, you are ignoring it. Now you're not ignoring it. I think you have a different idea of what you want. I think you're fixed on it. And I think you're moving forward with the Knight of Cups respectfully. I don't think you look back in animosity at what didn't work out. But you absolutely are not staying stuck on pause. You're putting in the work moving forward. You're putting in the work healing. You're putting in the work to love yourself. You're communicating positive affirmations to yourself. You're saying, I deserve better. You're saying, I'm a good person. You're saying, you know, when people are disrespecting you or whatever, you're saying, I deserve to be honored for all that I do, for all that I care, for all that I love. I deserve what I give. You're having positive self-speech, especially if you were in a relationship prior where, you know, maybe someone was trying to force you to be a better person and failed. Now you're going through a situation where you were trying to force something and failed. I think now I think that you are learning how to fucking chill. To be real honest, I think you're learning how to just fucking chill. Like, slow down. What do you want? If what you want is what you want, what version of you is required to achieve it? What version of you is required? Is the tyrant going to get you what you want? No. Is the crybaby going to get you what you want? No. Is the having a fit and getting mad at God version of you going to achieve what you want? No. What version of you achieves what you want? First, you have to figure out and define what it is that you want. And what do you need to be in order to maintain that? To achieve it, get it, maintain it. Does it require you to be honest? Does it require you to be transparent? Does it require you to hold compassion? Does it require you to be less selfish? Does it require you to be more selfish? Are you going from being a people pleaser to someone who is self-accountable? Or are you a selfish prick who is literally looking towards being more compassionate and considerate of the people who love you in this life so that you don't hurt them and lose them? Right? What version of yourself best achieves the result you're after? I think a huge what the fuck is going to be from whoever you are moving away from, if that is in fact not happened yet. But I think you will be pleasantly surprised when you start listening to how you feel. Ooh, excuse me. When you start listening to how you feel, you'll be surprised just how much momentum starts to help you make progress. Things change very, very quickly. Your vibration is everything. Where you stand with yourself is everything. Sometimes you have to stand up for yourself and say, I don't like this feeling. I don't like being stressed into oblivion. I don't like being stretched thin. I don't like feeling taken for granted. I don't like feeling unappreciated. I don't like being lied to. It doesn't feel good to have people take, and never give. It doesn't feel good to push good people away. It doesn't feel good to hurt them and watch them walk away. It doesn't feel good to blame them for things that are my fault because I forced their hand. I forced them to leave me because I was a miserable shit to be around. Maybe I do have a drinking problem, you know what I mean? Or did have a drinking problem. And now, you know, I can accept the fact that the version of me that wants a certain outcome can't drink anymore. For me, it was cigarettes. My son hated them. He hated the way that my clothes and my hair smelled. And one day I went to go give him a hug goodbye so that he can go to school, and he pulled away because I smelled like a cigarette. He goes, I'll give you one later. Go take a shower. You smell. Literally he said it to me almost verbatim, just like that. And I quit smoking cigarettes that day. Because the best version of me, the vision that I have inside my head, me and my son are close and we love each other. The version inside my head that I want doesn't have my son pull away from me because I smell like a fucking ashtray. I wanted to give my son hugs. That was the vision that I had inside my head that I wanted. I wanted to hug my son. So I quit smoking that day. Sometimes you just have to decide what it is that you want and be willing to make the changes to get it. Because not having what you want isn't worth it. Having a cigarette is not worth a hug from my son. It's not going to cost me that. Absolutely not. Have I had moments where I literally was about to have a fucking breakdown and cracked and bought a pack of cigarettes since then? Yeah. I've had the same pack of cigarettes for the last 8 months. Just because I bought a pack doesn't mean I'm chain smoking through it and I'm completely relapsing on myself. You know what I mean? Like, you have to figure out what you want. My son is very well aware of the fact that I battle with addiction and nicotine. Even if I don't smoke cigarettes for years, at some point, something in life will happen, and that is my go-to. When all else fails, and I'm about to have like a mental snap, I will have a cigarette. I will not let myself mentally break, because it doesn't feel good to be that. But if life is going to throw something at me like that, I need a fucking cigarette. Okay. I will go and have my cigarette. My son will watch me go smoke outside. He will watch me come in and take a shower. I will put on clean clothes, and he will be as far away and far removed from it as possible. He accepts that some things stress me out and it's not for him or anybody else to handle but myself, and I got to think through some shit and maybe have a cigarette or two. You know, like, I feel, hey, hey Carly, how are you? Hey boo. But yeah, like, sometimes, like, you need to set goals and realize that the only person in the way of your goal is you. How was I able to smoke a cigarette after so many years and not completely freak out my son like I was going to go back to smelling like an ashtray all the time? I just talked to him. He's not dumb. He's a young adult. Listen, this is what I'm dealing with. I know it's not your favorite thing in the world. It's not going to be a regular thing. I promise. Right now, this is what I'm going through. This is what I need. And by the time it's all said and done, I will have my shit together. He said, okay. And I held my word. It was not an everyday thing. It was not going to be a reoccurring problem. It's not going to be something that he was dealing with on a regular basis. I held my fucking word. He was like, okay, I get it. You're stressed out. This is how you're choosing to deal with it. I don't necessarily like it, but you're telling me is under a certain set of conditions and you're going to follow through. All right, let's see if you do. And I did. My son and I have a great relationship. He'll still hug me. He'll hug me. There's no better feeling than that. You want to give a hug to the person you love the most and not have them recoil because you fucking stink like a cigarette, you know? Figure out what your vision is. I've gone on such a long tangent, but it's late and I've been live for however many hours. So you know what? If my brain's a little sauce, then forgive me. It's sloshy, okay? It's sloshy in there. But I do hope that it helped and put something into perspective for you. Because the whole point is sovereignty and listening to yourself. I really highly recommend Pisces listening to that song by Anya Marina. Her name, Anya, is A-N-Y-A. Marina, like a pier, M-A-R-I-N-A. Anya Marina, Satellite Heart. It's a great track. And I think it is a blessing that your heart would be able to have that conversation with your mind and kind of reality check you a little bit. Definitely a song to listen to. All right. I love y'all. I will put the timestamps in the description. Once I put them in, I will go and double check them to make sure I got it right. And if for whatever reason I screwed up Scorpio, then I will redo it in a separate video. And the artist that I was thinking of earlier that I couldn't remember with the song, Nate Dogg. Fucking Nate Dogg. Old school boss as fuck. All right. With that said, y'all, I will see you in divine time whenever I see you. And leave me some love in the comments. Let me know if the readings resonated whenever they catch you. And know that I am always here for you whenever you need a divinely timed message. All right. Take care, y'all. Bye.